Looks like it's working. Yep, there we go. Looks like it's working. All is good. Pause you. And we'll pause you. Dark Lethany, what a name that is. I changed the title, did you guys see? So the title is Live Coding and Conversation. So I don't like whatever anymore. I'm not going to use it because people don't know what's happening. So that's what I'm changing to. But that means, it doesn't mean I can't read. I have some reading to do. So you don't have to listen if you don't want. You can go do something else, obviously. I'm not the boss of you. I was wrapping up. I read this book and I'm done with it, but then I saw there's interviews with scholars about it, and I was like, there's one here I'm going to read. This university researcher who's commenting on it. What do you think a Ferrarian university would look like today? A Ferrarian university would have as its core the methodological. Why do they have to use crazy words and just say what they mean? Action of theoretical and practical intervention, which would lead to an awakened practice and promote a participatory and collaborative culture at the university. That is, we would be at the university where the process of awareness through dialogue and continued questioning between peers would lead to the construction of a process of liberation. Thus, we'd be able to de-apprehend those dynamic actions, procedures that we all have internalized in order to move forward to democratic, flexible, open, common society where we would overcome the sectarianism we were involved in as a subject and become thinking men, women, and children and not oppressed subjects. Well, that's a whole paragraph to pretty much just say we would come together, talk, and do shit. That's what she's saying. A lot of people just say what they mean. I'll tell you who says what they mean. Penn Jillette. I've been reading Presto. It's like really, really good. If you don't know what it is, you might like it. If students took just one thing away from reading pedagogy, the press, what would it be? I cannot be limited by picking just one thing. I would choose the dialogue method. Yeah, it's really great. I would choose he's a genius, and he gets to the point. I would choose the dialogic method and emancipatory method, the problem conception of politics, ethics, and education. I would choose critical analysis of specific realities, but above all, I would choose that proposal that reading the world precedes reading the word. It's very Socratic. And both the world and the word are in constant transformation. We are always main characters in these actions. Why do we have to have people study crazy things to say, be present, be in the world? Why do we have to have people tell us that? I don't know. All right, Noam Chomsky. Noam Chomsky. This is why he has a very short summation of what his opinions are on this. This is the guy who wrote the Dragon Book and everything. Well, he didn't write the Dragon Book, actually, technically. I think he inspired it. But please tell us your background in current area expertise. Linguistics, cognitive science, and philosophy. What do you think Paulo Freire would say about his theories that are used today? I think he would be generally appalled by the current teach-to-the-test doctrines. What do you think a Freirean university would look like today? Instruction should reject the notion of education as pouring water into a vessel, in favor of engaging students in an active quest for understanding in a faculty-student cooperative environment to a significant to a significant extent, something like that is true of science teaching and is best sometimes elsewhere. So Chomsky cuts right to the chase. That's the message. The message is, we don't need no education. Hey, teacher, what we need is a place for us to get together with people who have experience and are willing to share it, and people who need the experience. That's what we need. In favor of engaging students in an active quest for understanding in a faculty-student cooperative environment. My best classes when I was in history, my history teachers, that's how they were. That you could drop in on them any time. And there was a lounge in the Mazer building where you could go hang out, and the whole entire, the whole entire nature of that building was different than the rest of the campus. At the rest of the campus, everybody was filling in and sitting down and doing their stuff. Well, this is kind of a tough one because there's really no topic. But we'll do it anyway. So anyway, I just think that's funny because that's like when like extremely enlightened and intelligent people come to the same. You don't have to have a PhD to know how education works. It's like, if you believe in God or any of that thing, then whatever it is has to be attainable by everybody. You don't have to spend decades researching it to understand that the true nature of education is human dialogue and experience exchange in a productive, fun environment. Why does that have to be the subject of like countless books? To a significant extent, something like that is true of science teaching. So science teaching, you're in the lab. This is why maker labs are so popular, right? Everybody loves a freaking maker lab. You go into maker lab, there's like all these things to play with. That's why Montessori works, because they give you, projects. Anyway, if students took just one thing away from reading Pedagogy of the Oppressed, what do you think it should be, Noah Chomsky? This is Pedagogy of the Oppressed. I've been talking about it a lot over the last months because I wrapped it up. It's very thick. It doesn't look very dense, but it is. It's like really dense, so I wanted to read every word. That's how I am. I don't go through books quickly. I am not a scanner unless I'm really just trying. If it's a tech book, oh god, yeah. But books like this, I don't do that with because I like to digest them. If students take one thing away, what should it be? They should recognize that education should be a process of self-discovery. Again, why do we have to be told this? We know this. We don't need to be told it. We forget. It's because this is where it comes down to being oppressed, right? Because you've been sold a load of crap about what education really is. Education is many things, including us in this community just sharing knowledge with each other and ideas and how to get dark mode in Chrome. I read that, Reardon. Those little things. That's what education is. A bunch of peers that are together, that some of whom grandpas and babies. And I know that's a male-centric term, but I'm using that term for somebody said that on the stream, and I will never let it down because I love it. Grandpas and babies. It's the elderly and the babies. It's people with experience and people without experience coming together in a productive environment. Like maybe, I don't know, facilitated by the environment that they're in, the stuff that's around them. It's funny because you see this popping up all the time, right? So you got these before COVID, you had these co-working spaces popping up when people are just going there and they're chatting and stuff. And some of that education is happening. A lot of it is just shooting the breeze and pretending they're busy. It's urgency addiction. It's like, ooh, I have skinny jeans and I'm drinking coffee, I'm working, and they're not getting anything done. They're just, at least I own that a lot of times we're just talking and we're not getting anything done. Right, project managers? I have project managers and they're like, you need a project manager to keep you on task. Well, this is the water cooler. Nobody's on task at the water cooler. Yeah, they should recognize that education should be a process of self-discovery. of developing one's own capacities and pursuing interests and concerns with an open and independent mind. For forensic company, see a Pandex. And believe me, we need the project management. Oh God, we need it. We need good project managers. With an open and independent mind, all in cooperation with each other. It sounds very hippie-like, but it's not. It's like, it's just true. Oh, what does Gustavo say from Arizona State University? Professor in education policy and a director of edX Exchange. I almost don't want to read anything more. In fact, I'm not. I'm going to exercise my will to skip Gustavo, who has created things that bother me. I'm not canceling you, Gustavo. I'm just not interested. Wait, this is interesting. How did you come to read it? Well, I don't know. Hey, Bueno. Do you know Gustavo Fishman, Sockfish? I don't know. This intrigues me. So, how did you come to hear Paulo Freire's for the first time? The first time I heard anything about Pedagogy of the Oppressed was when I was not an invitation to read it. It was when I was ordered to ignore it. In 1977, they were banning books in the United States. we live in the craziest country over here. Can I just say? I can't believe this country. I already knew this. I didn't know the exact year, but I know that we were still banning books in America in 1977. I need more coffee. I'll be back. It's kind of full. I'm going to spill it on my computer. It's not. It's just a keyboard. It'd be fine. All right, let me try again here. Next to the fire here. This is fun. That's why I changed my stream. I think I got downvoted on my last stream and demonetized for like 2 seconds of coffee music. No, 10 seconds exactly. I did a stream for what, 5 hours? A 5-hour stream, and they demonetized the whole video over 10 seconds of coffee room in a copyright-free background thing. Yeah, so I muted it, and hopefully, but they're like, you have to go through this house. It's just crazy. So you can't like play anything. But I don't want people coming in here thinking there's gonna. It does say live coding, and there will be, but unless this is a variety stream. Variety stream. Where's my pen? Mr. Chomsky, I'm going to make sure to read that in autodidactic next time. So he says, I don't know, Gustavo, I'm going to read what you have to say. He just kind of turned me off with his introduction. A professor of educational policy and director of the edX Exchange, where we do knowledge mobilization and created the Knowledge Mobilization Initiative at the Mary Lou Fulton Teachers College. This is why I'm not a professor. You're reading Chomsky yeah, well, this is just Chomsky's, I don't believe in everything Chomsky says, but this is Chomsky's summation of Pedagogy of the Oppressed, which apparently was a book that was banned in 1977. So, the first time I heard anything about, honestly, I mean, it's an important book, I get it, right? But the message of the book is very simple. Education and removing people from oppression is about real human connection, understanding each other's mental models, talking about it, and then taking action. That's it. That's what it is. It means that there's not a lot of, there's no, opening somebody's head and depositing something into a vessel. Oh yeah, that's the thing. That's why I am with Chomsky. There's lots of stuff I disagree, but there's lots of good stuff. Yeah, just like anything. That's a good topic. I want to hear about how he heard about it when it was banned in 1977. I was a 16-year-old studying industrial chemistry in a vocational school in Buenos Aires. I was not particularly politicized. Like everyone else in the country, I was acutely aware that we were living under a brutal dictatorship. It still makes me angry recalling how baffled I felt when the principal at my high school posted notes following the guidelines of the Ministry of Education announcing that simply possessing any of the books in the list of, quote, immoral and dangerous readings was evidence of, quote, terrorist sympathies. This was in America. Okay, I got that wrong. And reason enough to be expelled from the school. I remember that I became very curious that a book about education made it into the list as dangerous. It's actually not about education. It's more about revolution. 7 years later, and in September 1984, I was a member of the popular education group volunteering in a shanty town of Buenos Aires as an adult for a literacy project when my partner told me that the International Council for Adult Education was looking for volunteers to organize their 1985 annual meeting. The keynote speaker was Paulo Freire, who was returning to Argentina for the first time since his book was banned in the country. His book was banned in Argentina, okay. I immediately volunteered to be part of the team and was organized to the meeting. Then I got a copy of Pedagogy of the Oppressed and began my informal education of all things Freirean. Now I just want to wear Freirean swag. I want to join the cult. Freirean. It's just a guy who figured out how to articulate, common sense in a way that important people would accept, which means adding a lot of fluff and big words. I told you, this is why I have such a hard time swallowing the crap that's required for academia. I'm more of a Penn Jillette guy. I love the foreword from Penn Jillette in Presto. I'm going to read that at some point. I'm going to read it to you. It's really funny. It's just like, I'm just an idiot, and if you listen to me, you're an asshole. He's so funny. He's so brilliant, too. Penn Jillette. Oh, God, he's so brilliant. I think the biggest impact... Okay, here we go. What does this person who lived in Argentina, or Buenos Aires, when it was banned, what does he think of a university should look like? Is be a serious? Yeah. My Penn Jillette actually... I'm on a tangent here, but Penn Jillette actually led to one conversation that he had on NPR in a series called, and I cannot recommend it enough. If you're into philosophy and metaphysics, and basically if you're a human being and you want to figure out what this life is about, there's a series on NPR that they did called This I Know, and it's an entire series dedicated to people proclaiming their beliefs, and it interviews people, notable people from different religious backgrounds and spiritual, schools of thought and philosophy and stuff. And Penn Jillette, he would represent the atheists in the group, and that's such a charged word. You really just have to hear it. And when he spoke, it was the first time I just lit up. He basically explained it very succinctly, the concept that morality is not married to religion, and the fact that thinking about the world and our lives being finite actually can promote a more just and prudent and joyful life, because this is all we got. It's not like, and you're not chasing a carrot, you're not running from the stick. You're actually, this experience of life is all we have. It makes it precious and everything. It was just so great. And I was like, wow, it was the first time that I realized that a really, really amazing human being could, and a very moral human being could live without any belief in God whatsoever. And I'm not saying that that's me. I believe in God. I just believe in God in my ways. You are it. Oh yeah, that's Alan Watts. That reminds me of January. Og, were you here in January? We were all about the Alan Watts in January. We were listening to Alan Watts every day. I know it'll demonetize me, so I'm not gonna play it, but yeah, Alan Watts was great. He's a good one too. So what is this person who lived under the oppressive thing when the book was banned? What does he think about universities? Following Freire's dictum of being a march, yeah. It was crazy. We were all about Watts. That was back when I had a lot of people that were very conservative on my stream as well as the others. All the really right wing conservatives that were on my stream are gone now. They don't come back. They might lurk from the shadows, but they eventually got pissed off. Oh, I'm gonna get metaphysical. I'm gonna do whatever I want. Sometimes I have to go backwards and forwards. Yeah. What do you think a fairy university would look like today? Following Fairy's dictum of being simple without being simplistic. I love that. I just can't say. A fairy university should have three defining characteristics. First, no football team. What? Gotcha. I'm laughing at my own jokes. You're not supposed to do that. You're not supposed to laugh at your own jokes. It's like, that makes you less than. But he doesn't say that, just in case you're wondering. Alright, so first it should be structured to implement a pedagogy of liberation committed to the principles of freedom, equity, inclusivity, and solidarity. Yeah, no football team. It should be committed to the information. It should be the liberation committed to the principles of freedom, equity, inclusivity, and solidarity. Whose university experience could be described using those words? Anyone? Anyone? There are moments of my university experience that could be described that way. But I tell you what, the one thing that I felt overwhelmingly in university and other education was oppression. Do it this way, you get the grade, you get the test, you get the A, you get the job. If you don't do it that way, tough. You're not going to get a job. Or whatever, right? You're not a good person. I mean, not all, right? There are some classes that I had that were very much different than that. A pedagogy of liberation will engage in curious, rigorous, and usable. How many people can use what they got out of college? Teaching, service, and research agendas. Yeah, and right. And usually it's a good teacher, right? It almost always is. It's almost, when you have a good experience, it's almost always because some teacher is Farian and they're practicing subversively within the system. And they usually will give you an A for a final paper. Your final is like some 8-page essay, and that's the final, and then they just give everybody A's, or they they do whatever they have to, because they really aren't into the whole meticulous. You know how much work it is to meticulously grade every tiny little point. If you do that as a teacher, you don't have any time to connect with your students. The whole entire system is set up to distance the teachers from their students. And if you overemphasize the test, you have removed the ability for the educator to make the critical connection, to have the dialogue, to have a peer cooperative educational environment. You can't do it. If I have to just to read your essays and to hear your thoughts, that's why Socrates probably didn't do writing and stuff. He's like, I don't got time. Like, I just want to sit here and dialogue with y'all. Let's figure this out. Let's talk through this. Let you make your own discoveries and stuff. He was anti-writing because first of all, not everybody could read, and it wasn't until Plato thank God Plato wrote down everything Socrates said, so we wouldn't have anything, because he didn't write anything down, because he didn't have time. Socrates is like, no, I am laser focused on learning and dialogue in Freudian style and Socratic method, playing the fool. I'm not superior to you. I'm going to play the fool for you, so that I'm going to reflect back to you what you are discovering. I'm going to help you find your path. I'm going to help you find the skills that you need to learn, and I'm going to push you in the right direction to give you the resources to do that. I'm not going to open your head and inject some kind of knowledge or load you up on the matrix and give you, I know Kung Fu kind of knowledge. Another brick in the wall, it really is. A pedagogy of liberation will engage the curious, rigorous, and usable teaching, service, and research agenda. Second, the students, faculty, and administration should be as diverse as their societies. Okay. Diversity in two different but related senses: serving diversity sectors and all social groups of society, but as well as diversity of ideas and orientations. Third, by the way, this is why diversity is so important. People, whatever you think of like how diversity is achieved, you can't have a dialogue in a university that's productive if everybody is all from the same exact background. And believe it or not, BYU did a pretty good job of overcoming that. Mostly it was just white toast people and, like a few, token people who applied from other countries. But if I had to do it over again, I would go to a university that was the most particularly liberal. I would get a degree in liberal arts because any schools that are going to get me a job other than engineering, I would probably do something in computer engineering. That's probably what I would do. If I had to do over again, I would get liberal. I would probably get another language degree like I did, and then I would get a master's in computer engineering or some sort of like hardline skill for the education. But I would absolutely make sure to find the most diverse student body I could get, because the whole experience is like connecting with your peers. And if all of your peers are from Liberty University and they're all evangelical nuts cases, you're going to get that kind of education. And even people I know who buy into that thing left because they couldn't take it anymore. True story. They're like, this is just, it's all one note. The whole thing is one note. We don't really need to learn math because Jesus is the most important thing that matters. It's a true story. There's another school that interviewed us because it was a private school. We thought it would be better for my son with special needs. And we know it was a Christian school. And the first thing they asked us when we went to the board review was, this is a true story. They said, well, so what do you think is the most important part of education? Well, to learn the basic stuff. And we failed because the answer was Jesus. The most important thing to learn in this private school was that Jesus is the way. And they openly told us in the interview, the most important thing people come away from in the school is a testimony of Jesus. The end. They didn't care even about math or science or anything. They said, nope, those things are secondary to a knowledge of the Savior. And that's fine. They can believe that if they want to. But I was like, hell no, I'm getting my kid out of there. Mathematicians lament. Ooh. That sounds good. I'm going to have to write that one down. I have my notes here, but I don't want to pull them up. Okay. Third, a Free University will be organized as a laboratory of democratic participatory governing. And I actually wrote down a model. It's in my notes somewhere. A long time ago, that was 2 years ago. I wrote down the model of a private school that I would love to make, that was focused on one-on-one interaction, that was small enough that each person who facilitated their community could join up with other communities, and they could rotate so that all the topics would be covered, and the governance would be like an Indian tribes sort of. It would be, the people would rotate around the role of the leader, and it would be automatically rotated. It wouldn't be you're elected or you're better or you get paid more. It would be you have to serve if you're going to be if you're going to be a part of this larger community that is a community of private communities. Then you have to agree every 2 years to serve as a leader in to serve as the director of the organization, and then therefore everybody gets a turn at doing that. So I really wish I could put that. I should probably write that into a book and try it. It would be an experiment. Those kind of experiments are expensive, and people don't. You have to find money to even fund it. But you don't. This is a really grassroots thing. It doesn't necessarily have to have any funding at all. Yeah. Can you describe and to what extent you think Frere's work has had an impact on pedagogy? Let's do something here. I wanted to say people always wonder why that word gets used all the time. So, what is pedagogy? I want to read their definition. Pedagogy, the most commonly understood as the approach to teaching. Sometimes people say methodology, but methodology is an approach to doing anything. Pedagogy is an approach specifically to teaching. Is a theory and practice of learning and how this process influences and is influenced by the social, political, and psychological development of learners. Okay, that's what a pedagogy is. I think the biggest impact is that of Frere's work is that it has demonstrated how even short-lived experiences of democratic schooling in a single classroom or outside of schools with children as adults are worth pursuing. Short-lived experiences, and I can say that. These experiences teach us to not only expect more from ourselves as educators and learners, but also link individual and social actions with the goals of equality and solidarity. So I love that. And if you look at my introduction video, that's what I'm talking about. Linking our actions with the goals of equality and solidarity, which is the one thing everybody in humanity should be able to agree on. We've got to figure out how to get through this life on this, marble without killing each other. And how do we do that? We don't raid the Capitol and try to take down people that we disagree with who were supported in a lawful certification of the election. If you disagree with it, take it to court over and over again, because the court system is the one that you helped build. That's the thing that drives me the craziest of all. Shots fired. Well, it's true. The Republicans have been in power for 4 years. The one thing they did successfully is they placed circuit judges all over the place, including they took over the Supreme Court, and then they can't fight for their points, positions of court. They learn 60 things. If you're going to tell me that all 60 court cases were failures, and that that's because all of our judges are corrupt, then there's no way I can have a discourse with you, because you don't believe in the rule of law anymore. If you don't believe in the rule of law says if you got a bad judge, you identify the judge and you get rid of him, and you vote him out, or you get somebody else in there. But so that is a shot fired. That is. Seriously, if you can find some way to believe that the whole system is working against you, and it's working against a lot of us, there's no question about it, but you got to change it. And then changing it you don't change it by just blowing shit up. That's not how you change it. It's never been that way. That's never ended well, by the way. There's like a morbid part of me that tries to imagine the dystopian future that could have been if Trumpists took control of the government. And you know how long that revolution would last? I mean, just look at it. Look at him inside of their little group. Yeah, 15 seconds. They would immediately Menshevik the crap out of that. And if you know anything about revolution, and they obviously don't, you would know that they've been the oppressed, and so just as Ferry predicts and everybody else, and every revolution, they would turn on themselves, and for the people, all of a sudden they would have all this political infighting among themselves, and then it would be completely gone, because they would turn into that's exactly what happens in malformed revolutions. You get people, they get the power, and then they don't know what to do with it. So they just do the same thing that they did to everybody else, and they become the oppressor, and the oppressed. It just keeps perpetuating, but they don't think that they're being the oppressor. They just because they're totally delusional, and that's happened over and over and over again in history. That's like the Russian Revolution, the French Revolution. Those are the obvious ones. And so, anyway, Ramona Flecha, University of Barcelona, Spain. Please tell us about your background and current areas of expertise. I'm devoted to scientific research in the search of both intellectual and human excellence. I like that answer. Focused on the identifications of actions that tackle inequality in different social fields, ethnic and minority groups, gender issues, especially in the field of masculinity studies. There's a bunch of people that just close their ears right there. Figuring out chat too way too long. Well, you learned a lot. You had to click on two things, Borden. You click on rwxrob, and then you click on chat. On YouTube, and the delay is trippy. Is it what's it? It shouldn't be delayed. So if there's a delay, let's go check that right now. Okay, I have to always check the lag. Oh, you're talking about the chat delay. You guys are worrying me. Because last I checked, there was a 3-second lag. It was the best it's ever been. So I have to do a health check because you guys are scaring me. So I'm going to click on live down here. Down here. Wait, it's going to be loud. Here we go. 2, 3. Oh, 3-second lag. It's fine. What's you talking about, Willis? Nobody gets that reference. It's probably not appropriate, but it comes from my generation. Twitch.television. God damn it. Sorry for the swear. I've been watching this swear documentary and it's rough, man. Even for somebody who swears. Oh, Toggle Bit's on. Last Miles is on. Nice. Should go bother Last Miles. Yeah, this is 50th anniversary edition. Yeah, it's totally ruined. Interesting. Self-proclaimed colonial archivist. Yeah. Shit, lost this integration. Into the stream wall. Yes. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. Yeah, we're good, mate. We're good. We're good. We're good. We're good. Yeah, there's a lot of really fun people streaming right now, so go watch them if you don't want to watch me. I just thought I'd do some things live because I've just made a practice of doing more of what I do live just so we can talk about stuff. Oh yeah, Les Miles is one of my favorite streamers. When I can watch him. You got the the different strokes reference? You old person. Alright, so in other words, I've never been interested in the analysis of inequality by itself because I think such analysis benefits only people who develop it. Rather, I am interested in the analysis of human actions that are actively overcoming inequalities, something that Freire appreciated very much. I'm interested in the analysis of human action that actively overcomes inequality. So Ramon is focused on overcoming inequality and Freire's approach to that. This is an interesting thing about Freire because most of his writing, I don't think it was intended to be adopted by standard works for learning education. It was more about revolution and how to make it stick and how to remove oppression. But he gets cited all the time. So people cite him from both sides, right? People that are interested in revolution and human action to overcome inequality, and people that want to just know how to teach a class, or how to teach a class is actually not something Freire would say. He would say to encourage dialogical skills transfer in a community, right? Because teaching is a transitive, fill the vessel kind of word. What do you think Paulo Freire would say about the theories today? He wrote this book in 68, I think. I do not know what Freire would think, but I can say, 69, right, that in 69, he was way ahead of his time. He'd already developed a theory of dialogical action, which did not arrive in social sciences until 1981, 12 years later. This is bullshit. That's bullshit. I call bullshit. You know why? It just so happened that these people... I need more coffee. All right, so that's my coffee's cooking up. I gotta make more. It's good. I like this. I'm gonna do this more. You know, I might get dislikes, but I don't care. It's a live stream. You can listen to the rain and the fire, and me call bullshit. The reason I call bullshit on that is because these are not new ideas, people. People have had these ideas since the dawn of time, but not everybody feels compelled to write it in an academic book that's going to be accepted by everybody. Why? I am just tired of people citing credit for particularly ideas and, you know, ways of thinking, thoughts and things like that that are very ephemeral. They're not sorts of things that you can pin down. And, you know, the first known reference of this was captured here, but like that's the way to present that. The way to present it is the first time anybody wrote about this idea was here. It's not that idea got invented at that moment. I mean, how many times have really intelligent, thoughtful people not spent any time at all capturing their thought? They just had the thought and they shared it with their community. Socrates, again, it keeps coming up because he was the guy who didn't write anything down. If it hadn't been for Plato, we wouldn't know any of it, because he recognized that these things were beyond, you know, I don't know. I sound like a pseudo-intellectual at that point. It just bothers me that people feel like they have to attribute a date that this idea came into existence, and I that's dubious at best. I think it's dubious. 12 years later, the Habermas theory of communicative action. Communicative action. See, here's another thing. Academics have this obsession with creating these massive branding terms for their ideas that may have predated them by hundreds of years, but weren't captured with a specific brand. And they don't call it branding. They'll tell you that they're removed from the, you know, the shallow, you know, confines of corporate America, or corporate, you know, the corporate marketing world, or the sectarian world of blah blah blah. But they're just fucking advertisers. That's all they are. They're coming up with their own brands, and they're putting their own names on things, and they're using overly inflated words to say things that people already know viscerally inside, but they have to do this because even though they might be saying, Ferry talks about it, even though, and it's funny because there's a little bit of hypocrisy, not a little, there's quite a bit actually. Ferry uses a bunch of speech that's unnecessary in order to make his case. In fact, he keeps repeating himself, and you know, it's like one of his main rants is, you know, we don't need people to, you know, ivory tower people, you know, talking about the oppressed and everything, and we need to help them all out. You know, we don't need that actually. We need boots on the ground. We need people to go out there and actually, you know, get to know people and do the thing. Well, the book itself is promoting this idea, the very idea of Freire, and all these people that I'm reading, they're all pontificating about Freireanism. And the reason I like Chomsky so far the best is because what Chomsky's is the shortest. Chomsky's is the shortest. This is somebody who puts the, like, dude, it's not complicated. This is what it is. Now, go do it. Are we done yet? You know what I mean? There's never an original thought. Right. Right. Now, there are techniques, I think, that might be original. So, for example, almost everything builds on something else. So, like my pagan thing that I made just builds on the ideas of regular expressions and ABNF and JSON and PEG from Brian Ford. It builds on those ideas. It's not original. Maybe the synthesis of those ideas and the addition of, you know, double dashes, that's a specific new thing I brought to the table that, you know, I can take credit for that, but, you know, somebody else might have invented it just as well. This is where the whole copyright thing gets really interesting. Anyway. You're putting things together. What do you think Paulo Freire would think? Okay, so in 1969, he had already developed a theory of blah. What Freire defined as dialogic action or dialogic perspective is the current trend in social sciences in the field of economics, sociology, anthropology, and political science. I think Freire would be satisfied to see how social sciences today are in line with the dialogic perspective they foresaw in the 1960s, and that's true. Probably those fields are way more tied into those kind of things. Although, why can't math and, you know, more of the hard sciences be done that way? We flip on a light without even thinking about Westinghouse or Edison. Yeah, we do. Can you describe how, to what extent, you think Ferrari's work has had impact on research? I'm not interested. Can you describe how or to what extent you think Ferrari's work has had an impact on pedagogy and how people are taught? Honestly, Ferrari's work has had an impressive impact worldwide. Ferrari is possibly the most influential scholar in education. The problem is that his influence has not always reached educational practice. For example, in universities, many people declare themselves as being Ferrarian, but they are not helping transform the actual conditions of the school or the educational practices in line with the Ferrarian guidelines. Yeah, just like you predicted, by the way. If students took one thing away from the book, what would it be? I especially wish students would prioritize something that is forgotten in most educational systems, which is the right to education for all children. Why just children? Very often decisions are made based on reasons that are very far from the improvements of educational outcomes for all children. It is critical that students in education embrace the ethical and human commitment. This will be the real professional task. Meh. Yeah. Please tell me about your background and current area of expertise. You know, the Innovators book, it talks about Lockley and other people and how they got credit for a lot of the innovations. But one of the really great things about that book, and I'll show you that book, it's from Walter Isaacson. He talks about how they accomplished many things. There's one guy who did it in his front room. His mom gave him permission to do it, and he was completely lost to history, but he was really influential because he didn't have the marketing. He didn't have a marketing team behind him. Man, there's a lot of these. I might not go through them all right now. Wow, there's a lot of these. When I saw the Chomsky one, I was intrigued. So yeah, I'll have to read these later. I'm a radical philosopher of education. If you introduce yourself like that, I'm not reading you. I'm a radical philosopher of education. Who says that? Narcissistic asshole, just like me. Alright, I'm eating toast. I'm going to turn this down for a second. I mean, I don't imagine you want to hear me eat toast. Does eating toast have an ASMR application? You're going to do fine in your hackathon. The 6 hours will melt away as they are extremely impressed with their desire to write code. This toast. It's toast ASMR. There's ham in your toast? I am totally jealous. Shh. You're making me laugh. I'm supposed to be serious. If you do ASMR, you can't laugh in the middle. Oh. Morning breakfast prepares you for the needs to code. You will write the code. Mmm. Mmm. I like my toast burnt. It's the carbon. It soaks up the acid from the coffee. Best ASMR ever. I mean, it's better than fingernails on, like... I can't stop laughing. I just can't stop laughing. I should probably... I'm going to try it. It's not toast. It's a cancer square at that point. It is a cancer square, but it's better than charcoal pills. Let's put it that way. I know. I'm not completely carbonized. But yeah. It actually changes the taste. Somebody sent us the link. It's a gastrological fact, I guess. Is that the word? Gastronomical fact? The burp was not intended. I know, it's an advertisement for toast. This rwxrob coding stream brought to you by toast. When plain bread's not enough. Hello everyone. Quint. I'm giving you up. Sorry. I don't know what to call you now, because I know who Dewoo is, and Dewoo is just too much fun to say. I'm going to say that from now on. Okay. What we got? I want to see. I'm going to skip through these. I'm not interested. Sorry, Peter. Skipping you. Another Peter. Ooh. Somebody who taught, a school teacher in Toronto who taught high-risk kids at a high crime rate. One who taught immigrants. A doctoral student in Toronto. Nice. Interesting. Okay, next one. Toast with cheese. Yeah, that's good. That is good. Chomsky. That's good. Margot Akazawa Ray from San Francisco University. My primary areas of work, teaching, research, and activism, focus on militarism, armed conflict, and violence against women. Interesting. So a bunch of these are people who are educators of the oppressed who have used Paulo Freire's methods. Forward to the original edition over the years was the educator Paulo Freire. Okay, I don't need that forward. I'm going to skip that forward, and huzzah! I'm done with Chomsky's book. It was a really good one. I've been reading The Innovators. Been in the Middle East? Yeah, I bet. This is the next one I'm going to be reading. I'm really excited about it. Mostly because I just love Penn Jillette. This is about how he got skinny, and God knows I need it right now. But he's, yeah. So this is another book that's coming up. I'm just mentioning it because if you absolutely happen to want to read it with me, that might be fun. I knew I was going to love it when I opened the book and I saw on the contents on the first page. Section 1. just another fat fuck. So this is going to be a rated PG-13 read. So if you don't like swear words, my favorite part is his disclaimer. This is how I know I'm going to love the book. I'm not going to read the whole thing. Don't worry. Disclaimer. It's the very first thing in the book. You know the deal, right? There are legal requirements for anyone who writes anything about health to make sure he, she, or it is safe from lawsuits. Anyone can sue anyone, so you can never really be safe from a lawsuit, but you can make yourself less likely to suffer the damages if a nut decides to file suit. When it comes to health, there's always a lot of jive about see your doctor before making any changes to your lifestyle and shit like that. And you skim over it like you do appliance warnings and Facebook privacy contracts, thinking, well, they have to say that, but it doesn't apply to me. And then you stick a knife in the toaster and get a bagel out, and you post a picture of an event to your social media without noticing your embarrassing reflection in the toaster. You figure that because you aren't a Darwin Award winner yet, that you don't have to read the disclaimers. You figure you already know the coffee at McDonald's is too hot to pour on your genitals. You don't have to read the cup. This ain't like that. This disclaimer is not jive. This is the real heartfelt, honest disclaimer. This is not written by lawyers. This is written by a guy who wrote the book. The guy who lost 100 pounds. This is a disclaimer for the lawyers, but it also comes from my common sense, my concern, my knowledge, and my heart. This is a book about extreme personal lifestyle changes written by a fucking juggler whose only higher education was ringing brothers in Barnum and Bailey Clown College. This book was written by someone who finished high school with a plea bargain, someone who dropped his cock into a hot blow dryer and scarred it like one of the Wendy's beef patties he no longer eats. This is a book written by an idiot. Take everything in the book with a grain of salt, but only a grain. Salt is poison, and even an idiot knows that. I have no expertise. This book is about what I did, not about what you should do. Got it? This book is first person, and you should not take it as second person. Even I know a lot of what I did was wrong and stupid, but I don't even know which things were wrong and stupid. Even I, who dropped my fucking cock in a blow dryer, knew enough to check with my doctor before making each change. If you're gonna make any changes in your diet, exercise routine, or health, talk to your doctor, and take what even she says with a grain of nutritional yeast. Get a second opinion, and remember that my opinion does not count as a first opinion. I'm telling stories and making jokes. If you make lifestyle changes that you've checked out with your doctor, I hope this book can give you a few laughs, a little bit of moral support, and I hope some inspiration. But this is not a how-to book. I'm okay with your thinking. I'm okay with your thinking. If that fat stupid fuck can do it, so can I. But I'm not okay with you doing what you think you understand that I think I understand I might have done that could have kind of gotten some results that might be good. I love Penn Jillette. I just love him. Really, I don't know jack fucking shit. Okay, be careful. Take care of yourself. Do not fucking trust me. Really. That's not legal jive. That's from the heart. It means a lot to me that you're reading this. But please, remember who wrote it. Me. If you take any lifestyle or medical advice from a juggler, you're an asshole. Who would you rather read? Chomsky or Penn Jillette? Well, it's coffee time. I have no agenda. I have no timetable. I have no agenda. I'm a free-thinking liberal. Whatever you want to make of me. I'm sorry. I refuse to be scheduled and constrained by your prison of time. I'll do whatever I want. And if you don't like it, move along. There's other things you can do. No, actually, there is one time that I do try to be scheduled. I'm going to just make a plug for that. Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, midnight to 4. I promise you, I'll stay on task as much as I possibly can. And we're doing learning web design. So if you want to have an organized, planned experience, that's when you should check in. Everything else, I'm not even going to change my title anymore. My title now is Live Coding and Conversation. One of my favorite quotes. God, I wish I knew who said it. I'm going to put it in my quotes list though, right now, because I'm thinking about it. Yeah, there's one of my favorite quotes of all time. I'm going to tell you. Quotes. I need to find out who said it. I love deadlines. I like the whooshing. Do our project manager is still in here, he's going to be appalled. I love the whooshing sound they make as they fly by. So, I thought that was funny. Anyway, there is no topic. I just said that. It's live coding and conversation. So right now I'm just reading the introduction to Pendulette, but I think I'm done with that because I already read it. This is so stinking good though. I can't stop. You know what's really fun about Pendulette's book is it's so easy to read. It makes for really great reading. So I thought I'd join the stream. Oh, good morning. It says, introduction, how are you going to die? You know what, I'm just, you know what, I'm going to read it. And then I'll write, maybe I'll write some code after that. I still have coffee in there, I made some more. Tuning into a stream before the lights go dark. Thanks, timing. Hopefully things are okay. Maybe this is appropriate. How are you going to die? How do you think I'm going to die? Well, every night on stage, I tell my partner Teller has a eating toast. I know, because it's cancer-y. I know. I should probably stop. Most every night on stage, my partner Teller has a bullet signed and loaded into a gun by a stranger. He turns on the laser sight, aims the gun at my face, and pulls the trigger. Bang! The bullet catch is just a trick, but it's the most dangerous trick in show business. At least 12 magicians have died on stage pretending to catch a signed bullet. If you count carnies as magicians, and magicians don't, the number of people, if you count carnies as people, and many rubies don't, killed doing this trick jumps over to 14. These are men and women who were shot dead on stage in front of a live audience. When a magician fucks up a card trick, the crowd is simply more entertained than if the trick had gone as planned. When a magician fucks up with a gun and live ammo, the audience has nightmares for the rest of their lives. Penn and Teller have done the bullet catch more than any other magician in history, and that's a long history. The plot of this trick, sign a bullet, load the gun, shoot me, goes back to Native American magicians. I didn't even know there were Native American magicians before I worked on the trick. It doesn't seem like the wisest trick to use to entertain violent invading foreigners. Our mentor, Johnny Thompson, had already lost 2 friends to the bullet catch when we started working on it, and he asked us to please not do it. But we felt we could do it safely, and Johnny knew he had a better chance of being safe with his help than without it. So he worked with us on it. Since we started doing this trick in 1996, I have had a gun fired at my face on stage 4,460 times. On any given night, chances are I'm staring down the barrel of a gun. But the bullet catch will not kill me. Nope, most likely my death will not cause our audience members to be interviewed on CNN. I will die, like many Americans will, as a result of spending most of my life being a fat fuck. By the time I turned 59, I had been more than 100 pounds overweight for over a decade. I'm 53, so I can hear this. And before that, I'd been 50 pounds overweight for over a decade. And before that, I'd been 30 pounds overweight for over a decade. And before that, I was a homeless, skinny teenager hitchhiking around the country who, for a brief, sexy, satisfying blip, might have been a little more likely to die from a gun than a donut. No one has ever been seriously hurt working with Penn and Teller, and that includes Penn and Teller. We are tight-ass and careful. Safety in magic, safety in art, for me, is more than self-preservation. Doing tricks in the safest way possible is more than just a concern for my coworkers. Making dangerous-looking events safe is my job. That is the art. Letting dangerous things be really dangerous is not magic. That's not art. When we do tricks on stage, they appear dangerous. We are asking the audience to enjoy themselves on a roller coaster. We want their visceral and their intellectual to collide at faster miles an hour. We're expecting them to feel their lizard heart race at the apparent danger while their human brain says, it's just a show. There's never been anyone hurt. In order for art to be valid, in order for our tricks to celebrate life and health while thrilling the audience, those tricks must be safe. There are magicians who try to convince their audiences that their tricks are really dangerous. They try to convince the audience that their tricks aren't tricks. That's worse than lying. There are magicians who have been hurt, and there are more who perform cheesily staged, quote, accidents that are reported by the credulous, jaded media as real incompetence. The cynical business model is that the public will come and see their shitty acts in the hope that their show might contain real suffering and maybe even death. Here comes the best line in the whole thing. This makes the audience complicit and unnecessarily complicit with the human risk. I don't know how many in the audience truly believe they're going to the theater to witness a clumsy, stupid, unskilled, careless asshole suffer and die. But if anyone really is, Penn and Teller don't want you in their audience. We don't want them as fans. Fuck them in the neck. Shakespeare and Call of Duty are able to thrill people and celebrate life without anyone getting hurt. We want to be like them. We do not want to be like NASCAR. I live in NASCAR USA. The above paragraph is a self-righteous rant I've been spitting out for 20 years. I carry on about how precious life is and about how art, no matter how soaked in artificial blood and heart-racing terror, must always be safe. I show contempt for those of my peers who hang by their nipples from helicopters and pretend to come very close to drowning. And during the whole time I was preaching this, the whole time I was bragging about how careful we are and how much we love life, I was closer to stroking out on stage from being a fat fuck than any of those assholes were to theatrical injury. And when I died, there wouldn't even be a good story. At least Roy and Siegfried get their head bitten off on stage by the Mirage by a fucking tiger. How is that less artistic and beautiful than a slow-mo death from a fucking donut? It's not that simple, of course. Siegfried claims that Manticore, the tiger, sensed Roy's high blood pressure and bit his fucking head off to save him. I believe that SNR believe that, but I don't believe it. If there were any chance of that to be true, there would be no more white tigers in the Mayo Clinic's payroll. There would be more white tigers on the Mayo Clinic's payroll. If tigers could smell hypertension and wanted to fix it with cardioid arterial bloodletting, they would have they would have to spend every performance biting more necks than Steven Salvatore. People in Las Vegas are fat and dying because of it. Even if a bite to the neck would cure it, there aren't enough hungry tigers left in the world to save our fat asses. I guess statistically speaking, I will still die of some sort of heart thing. I was fat for a long time. It seems like age 59 is a little late to be spending time to repent. But all the charts show that I have increased my life expectancy by at least a bit by losing over 100 pounds and even eating better. I dismiss Roy Horn's medical tiger treatment, but it isn't more stupid than me getting out of breath walking up the flight of stairs and not changing a goddamn thing. I ate a handful of pills every morning. I was in the hospital a couple times a year, and I still ate like a pig. I ate worse than a pig. I ate like an American. Roy's assessment of Manticore's motives on stage is compared to my stupidity. Drowning while hanging my tits from a helicopter while catching a bullet in my teeth is at least more exciting and life-affirming than feeling my vitality slide away because I'm in the habit of eating pizza. God damn, I'm a fucking idiot. 3 months before my 60th birthday, I radically changed the way I ate. With the help of Ray Cronese, Cray Ray, as I came to call him, I lost over 100 pounds. I feel better than I ever remember feeling. My doctors are all amazed. My family is no longer worried. I didn't lose the weight in order to write a book. I didn't train myself to eat healthy in order to share my techniques with the world. I didn't do it because the trips to the hospital scared me skinny. I did it because I wanted to give myself a few more chances to die from the bullet catch. He's just so amazing. He's such a talented human being on so many levels. The fact that he spent his early life hitchhiking around the world I am a massive Penn Jillette fanboy, and not because of his magic act, because of Penn Jillette. I'm looking so forward to reading this. He's such a good writer. He's like one of these. He's just like this. I mean, he went to fucking clown school, people. This brilliant person went to clown school. You know, it reminds me of Barat, you know, the guy who plays Barat. There are some really incredible intellects who are in packages that you would not recognize. And Penn Jillette's one of them. He's just his writing style, his persona, his you know, his opinions, the amount of thinking he's done on all this stuff. He's got, you know, several degrees, not just from clown school, by the way, but, you know, he's got a level of humility that I really aspire to as well. He just really inspires me, not just because of the weight loss thing, just because he's He's such a well-informed human being. He's had to do so much research to be able to do those magic tricks. And it just so happens that's the thing he was really called to do. Yeah, anyway. I mean, I'm starting out, you know, one of my sort of pseudo-day moments, so I usually like to read and drink coffee and then get going on the code and everything. So that's why I'm doing this. I need a bookmark. I'll just put my... You're not supposed to put Ben's pen. This is Ruin's books. But, yeah. Yep. That's how life goes. Eating toast. Probably, you know what? Maybe I will die on stream. But I don't want to, you know, do it. I'm trying to motivate myself. We talked about doing this. If I can take you guys on a walk with me, I need to figure out how to do that. I'm going to figure out how to do that someday. Yeah. Let's mark my words. The first, I don't know if I'm going to do like a tier for it, or I'll just wait until I get the extra money from, you know, a full-time job in addition to the mentoring I do, to have a memento mori moment. I don't know what that is. Here's your phone in Streamlabs. Yep, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to use my phone in Streamlabs and then get like a GoPro, right? I think can you connect a GoPro to I don't know. I don't like graphics browsers. What am I doing, Rob? I'm going to ask a question here from the internet. Okay, internet. How's it going, L Cook? Can I connect a GoPro to my phone? Because I want my phone to be waterproof, right? You can USB-C or Wi-Fi. Can you? So you can do that, huh? Open to my phone. A selfie at a holiday party, maybe even the bottle-mounted celebration chug. AI would live forever, not us. Probably true. Who do it from a phone a mile from offshore? That's what I'm trying to do. I want to be able to take it with me paddleboarding and stuff. So, bottle-mounted. Now it's time to show everyone and improve your legendary status. Well, you only need a couple of them. You know what? Because my bike, my adventure bike, is sitting in my storage unit, and it makes me crazy. You want to see my adventure bike? Can I show you? It makes me so crazy that it's just sitting there because you know, COVID and because of all the other things, and really right now the priority is getting the full-time job so we can get out of the apartment, so we can get into a house and have insurance. And so, what was I going to show you? Oh, Instagram. Instagram. So I'm going to show you my bike. So Instagram / rwxrob. I am going to get a smartphone, by the way, again. So when we get employed, because I'll have to have one, because I'll be doing calls. I'll be doing calls, you know, and stuff like that. I don't want to do that from my... I like this phone because it's got better privacy things, but now that I'm streaming all the time, you know, probably... The safe... You know what? I fully believe that the safety that's in... The safety that is... that comes from extreme transparency if you're a live streamer is as important as privacy concerns, because there's going to be people that aren't going to like my stream at some point. They're going to know where I am. They're going to figure out where I live. And if I disappear, you know, like people who do travel streaming and stuff like that, I think it's more important that you say, look, this is where I am, so that if something happens to you, it can be reported. So there's almost like there's I believe in privacy to some level, but at the same time I also believe that there is safety in you know, being you know, like if I suddenly disappear, like really disappear, you should be concerned, right? Like maybe here's the number to call. Right? This is my wife's first show, actually. And I came here. There's our mini. There's my bike. Yeah, I got to get on this thing again. It's so much fun to do it too. I have a new set of handlebars I need to get updated, because these ones are good. But you can do coffee at 6 a.m. in the middle of a nice summer morning. It's just so amazing. It's Cafe du Monde, hard pressed. Yeah, and then Yeah, here's the, kind of got all these at the same time. It's still, all my stuff's still pretty new. But I would take my thing and read it, and it's just so fun. I gotta start doing it again. And this is the kind of thing I want to stream. So I want to figure it out, because I would really, really like to take you guys. It's a dream of mine to do travel streaming. You know, like on a weekend or something, you know. So I don't know. I figure that's something I could do that would make me. I don't know. I just think it's something I should do. Our dog. Oh, this is a fun one. There's a lightsaber fight. Can you guys hear it? Oh gosh, that's kind of loud. Here, I'll replay it. This is outside our place. This is at Lightsaber Summer Camp. Everybody built their lightsabers from scratch, including welding them together and doing electronic diagrams in them. And then on the last day, we beat each other up. Some good memories. And I like, what are we doing? That's so funny. I miss him. All those kids, half of those kids are in college. Most of them are in college now. There's no girls in that camp. We have camps with girls in it, but that one didn't have any. No girls. Apparently, girls didn't want to fight with lightsabers. And there's our paddleboard camp. That's my wife. There's more lightsabers. You can.
Break for now. Now you got that done. So now you guys gonna go grab food for 15 minutes or so. Go ahead.
I don't have any money.
Well, you can make it one.
Yeah, we're making him, see? That's Donovan. I should not say his name. That guy right there. That guy right there got a job at 18 coding C for a major software company that he went and got on his own. Yeah, he's a smart little dude. Son of a farmer. What am I doing? I don't even know what I'm doing. I'm supposed to be coding a conversation. This is when she was young. Look at how young she is. She's still being a rat terrier. She's trying to find the rats.
What are you doing? Hey, what are you doing? What are you doing?
She's so skinny. It's the rat terrier in her. See how she puts her ears back?
What are you doing?
Watch.
Hey, what are you doing?
It's like she's programmed to find to.
What are you doing?
I love that dog. It's so crazy. Bob Ross. Anyway. Oh, here's a fun one.
Right foot, let's start. Left foot, let's start. Freeze! Everybody clap your hands. Come on, y'all. Check it out, y'all.
This is my yoga trainer.
How low can you go?
She taught me.
Can you go down low?
She helped me certify.
All the way to the floor. How low can you go? Can you bring it to the top? Like it never stop. Can you bring it to the top? Yeah! Right foot now. Left foot now, y'all. Chop, chop, real smooth.
Cha-cha.
Turn it out. To the left. Take it back now, y'all. One hop this time. One hop this time.
Oh my god. I'm sorry. I'm like this is what you do when you're like when you're at the beginning of your work day and you're trying to get motivated to work. So you go watch random pictures of your wife jumping on a trampoline in the apartment. I'm trying to get motivated. I want to get motivated to stay healthy and stuff. So anyway, I go back and look at these all the time. So we're going to get smartphones, and then we're going to start doing all this stuff over again. This is 6 a.m. Ashtanga. Yep. Oh, whoopsie. I ripped my pants out. That's the thing I had on, the thing. Okay, time to code now. One last round of coffee, and we'll go. I think I have some coffee left over. I don't. It's like starting to sink in. How's it going? Guten Morgen. I'll be coding on. I'm going to be still doing more Go coding. I'm going to be parsing Markdown with Go code, Golang. Yeah. You like those pedals? They're great, aren't they? The same. You have the exact same AMP pedals, aren't they? Awesome, Gordon. Yeah. Yeah. That's yeah. Yep. Yep. There's lots of interesting comments there. Yeah, there. I'm going to read back this. Remember that you must die. It's basically used to remind one of their own mortality. Yes. Yeah. Yep. Test 1 2 3. AI ain't really. Mr. Making coffee yourself. Okay. So, we're gonna. I'm ready to write some code now. I had to wake up kind of. So and again, I'm just gonna be okay with just live streaming random stuff, and people can watch or not. I'll be right back. I'll just say how good it feels if you if you can learn to sit in like half lotus, it rotates the bottom part of your spine so that it straightens your back, and it makes you sit with better posture automatically. It's tough though because your legs will fall asleep if you're an American or a Westerner. You're not used to sitting like this. People who grow up like this it's like the natural way that your body wants to sit. And I'm sitting in my legs folded right now. It's also why I can't get a Herman Miller chair, because the Herman Miller chairs are crappy. What was the name of the other chair, guys? I'm just sitting on this crappy IKEA chair. But the reason I can do that is because it doesn't have arms. The arms get in the way. If I ever buy a luxury item, this is going to be it. But no, I'm doing half lotus right now. Yeah. I'm sitting in half lotus because full lotus it's hard to sit in full lotus unless you've been raised sitting, because your bones literally steel case. Yeah, steel case is the one I was looking at. Yeah, the steel case is the one I need to get. Everybody has one. I've been working for years in coding sitting positions, and I have a crappy IKEA chair. I always have. Full lotus, a lot of people prefer standing, and I could stand too. The problem I have with standing is it just messes up the lighting, so I'm not going to be able to do that. But sitting in lotus is really good. Also, if you sit in lotus or half lotus, by the time your legs start to go to sleep and stuff, that's usually a sign you need to stand up. So then you stand up and then you come back and you can sit in it again. So I do have a standing desk right now. This desk is a standing desk. It goes up. That's how come it can go so low. It's like right above my knees, almost on my lap, right? But it can go up. The problem I have is that I'd have to figure out how to, in a perfect world, I'd have the lights connected to the table somehow. So if I moved up and down, I could just stand. Yeah. 1 switch per hour. Yeah. Yeah, it's a good thing to do. Mostly though, I think it's important that I just get up and see what I would do. This is what I'm anticipating doing in the 2021. Once I get taken care of the new job and stuff, which to tell you the truth, I haven't really applied a lot. I've applied a little bit, but I haven't really done a lot of applications. So once that's all taken care of and we figured out, then my goal for 2021, one of my big goals is to become a full variety streamer and just do everything. So that means I'll take my phone with me and my GoPro and I'll go biking and we'll talk. I'll put a lavalier mic on me. A live position, yeah. Well, and sometimes, I mean, if you're working in, if you're sitting here, yeah. I saw a X-ray of my neck, and it is so screwed up. It's like irrecoverably screwed up, the vertebrae in my neck, because I'm always doing this. My whole entire life has been doing this. It's been like sitting in the bed like that, or the tub or something, and have my neck half cocked like that, and the vertebrae in my neck are permanently misaligned. It would take like years of like traction and whatever stuff to get it fixed. So don't screw around with that. Whatever you do, don't do this all the time. Don't do that. It's like really bad on your neck. And the other thing I noticed too is that when you have a laptop, you tend to look down like this. And so your head's down there all the time. So you have to get your head up. You have to get your head up. Yeah. A hand brace, thanks to Vim. Well, there's the thing with Vim. After I'm 53, and the thing that's starting to go on me is my pinkies. So I started remapping things that I would never have done before because my pinkies were starting to pay the price for keyboarding for the whole. Yeah, I do. I press control. I press control this, but I've also, even that is hard because that's a double pinky thing. So what I've started to do is I've mapped, KJ and whatever I can do that, but I don't do that. Yeah, escape is going to knock your fingers. That'll totally hurt your hand. If you have to go up to escape for 50 years or whatever, 30 years, just of hitting the escape key, you'll pay for it eventually. Yeah, laptops. I would never work with a laptop all day, every day, ever again, because it forces you to look down all the time. Even if you have it on the table, unless you need to have something that brings your neck up. If you don't have something that brings your neck up, you're going to get screwed up, dude. You are. Take my word for it. I'll show you I'll go find my x-rays and I'll show you the x-rays of the guy who's looking down at his desk the whole time. It will scare the shit out of you. It's like I have major compression and it's actually affected some of the fatty tissue around my neck, because when your neck gets messed up, it screws up the surrounding tissue as well because the nerve endings don't work. And then it messes up that whole system. That's how you get a hunchback. Yep. So yeah. You guys can, whatever you need to map. I'm more, I like Control Left Bracket because it works on all the computer keyboards that I know. There's more and more. What is the Moonlander? Oh, right. Are you talking about keyboards? I just use my Mac keyboard. I don't like the big travel mechanical stuff. It's too hard on my hands. Yeah, still chair on DuckDuckGo. Which one is the black one? I'm going to bookmark it. Actually, I already put it in my notes, I think. Log. I need to make an entire thing about chairs. I don't like ergonomic keyboards. I've never been a fan of those. I want to be able to move the keyboard around a lot, and the ergonomic keyboards are really hard to move around. Dude, I'm constantly repositioning my keyboard. If I had to do that with an ergonomic keyboard, it would make me crazy. That's just me, but what am I trying to go find? Plus, a lot of that stuff doesn't have a historical reference point. It might seem like a cool idea, but there's not like years and years of research saying that it's a good thing to do. What are they going to search for? Oh, steel. What is it? Steel something? forgot. What do we call it? Oh, still case. Yeah, I don't have it here. Half lotus. Right, it's really a matter of the padding. Yeah, I'm gonna get it secondhand. People say that. Perhaps one with better padding would help. I hear good things about the steel. What is it? Steel case brand. IMHO. But also the way to ensure contours to your back. See, I don't care about the back contouring because my spine is straight when I sit. My back doesn't even go against my chair at all. Is that the one? Oh, the gesture? Yeah, that's the one. See how the you see how the stuff on the sides? I know. But I'm not going to buy a chair unless I need a chair. But I don't know, man. I don't need what I need in a chair is I don't need it to have armrests. I don't want armrests. You know what? Forget it. I'm going to change my mind. I'm just going to learn to sit properly, and then I don't need anything. You should be able to sit properly on anything with proper padding. The end. I need to spend more than $1,000. I just need to fucking sit correctly. The end. There. I'm glad we had that. If you aren't using the back thing. Right. I'm not. So, yeah, buy a car or a chair. Hi, Kisor. No, I type Control F bracket with both my pinkies all the time instead of escape, because it works on every keyboard in the United States anyway, and I don't have to map other stuff. I actually am trying to get over that habit though, because when I do a really big coding session, my pinkies do get sore, but my left pinky hitting escape all the time, it would actually not just get that, but my wrist would get bad too. A foot pedal for escape. Some people do that. I would never do that because then I can't sit in half lotus. People like having capsus control. I don't like that at all. I don't like that at all. My favorite so far, my favorite alternative, and you guys are going to hate me. I used to scream about people who did this. I was like, you're going to ruin your skills, your muscle memory. And then I was like, no, fine. You're going to see me start doing this more. Yep. People love to hate on this, and including me. So here's something that I do. If you want to remap now, we've talked about this a lot already. Control is the most used key. So might as well remove the stupid caps button. Well, caps lock. I don't think I've ever used caps lock, right? But yeah, JH or JK. I don't like JH. That's two fingers. I want them to be under my fingers, right? JJ, yeah, JJ is done. JJ is good. I like JJ. It pushes it down. Let me think what it would be like to do a caps lock. Oh shit. That's why I don't want caps lock. I just remembered. There's no way I'm remapping caps lock. No way. Oh my god, I'm so messed up now. There's no way I would ever do that. Oh my god, that is such a bad idea. I am never doing that. I'm so totally glad I figured that out. What did it do? It did. Okay, how many times have you hit caps lock on accident? If anything, I'm going to remap caps lock to be escape, but I'm not going to use it. It joined. No, when you, okay, so how many, you know what? I'm glad we're having this conversation because one of the most common errors in VI or Vim is to hit caps lock and all of a sudden not know what's going on. So if you remap caps lock so that it doesn't do anything, it's just an escape, it'll prevent you from making that mistake. But if you become dependent on it, you're going to be hitting that. You're going to get on a system that doesn't have caps lock mounted that way, and you're going to be screwed. Caps lock will throw text. It always has. Helps with TMUX and such. The problem with that is you're going to get used to caps lock, and then what happens when you go on a system that doesn't have caps lock? You're going to do this, and it's going to give you all the crap you get when VI is not properly meant to do anything. Yeah, capital keys do some crazy stuff. So that's the I've done this a lot, but there is something good here. I want to remap caps lock so that when I accidentally hit caps lock, I don't want it to screw up my whole system. Caps lock, I think caps lock has zero purpose. Yes. The problem is that if you get used to using caps lock instead of escape, you're going to get on a system that doesn't have caps lock map properly, and it's going to totally screw you up. I don't think that's a good thing to burn into your muscle memory ever. I mean, that's like yeah, I have to remap it. I use Emacs. Yeah, if you're using Emacs and you know already you're not going to be using VI period, right? You know, caps lock to print do. Yeah. You could also write Control C instead of escape. I do Control C. What? You can also Alt. You know? Did you know that? You can also Alt Nav. If you Alt Nav, that will automatically turn escape off and move. On the keyboard itself, yeah. I mean, that's the same argument for all your key maps, though. These key maps, right. So that's what I'm trying. But then, okay, so this gets into the whole thing about Vim and VI. I know that these maps are extras. So if I get on VI, I know that when they don't work, I can just do Control Up bracket and it will work, right? And I do that all the time. I go between them all the time, depending on how tired my pinkies are. If I build a dependency on caps lock for escape, that's a completely different issue, because then my fingers have no training whatsoever in how to do escape properly at all. And so I'll try to do a capital, and then I'll have to remap in every Vim I ever get on. So there's no way I would ever do that. I do think, however, there's value in remapping caps lock to do or something like that, because I hit it on accident enough for it to become a problem. Still the best idea. I'll work in any system where you connect with. Yeah, the problem is you guys I don't know why this keeps coming up, but there was a time when people used computers besides their own computer. Yeah. And you had to log into a system, and you had to be performant on that system, and you didn't get to pick your keyboard, and you didn't get to map anything. Yeah. That was the time that I was raised in. So, saying no. Yeah, actually, you can bring with me everywhere. I actually think that is more of a thing now than ever in the past. And yeah. For TMUX, I revamp Control B to Control A, so I see where you're coming from. Yeah, I remap Control B to Control A myself. Vim default for the most part. Me too. That's exactly. We're the same impact. We're the same page on that. So, but see, I come from a different time. So you gotta understand, when we did desk side support, I would go to a cubicle, and my job was to go there and help configure things and help them get through things. And I'd say, "Can I use the computer for a second?" And I'd have to sit down at their computer, log into the terminal, log into the server, and operate on the server from their cubicle while they're looking over my shoulder. And if I had run into the room and brought my custom keyboard that I needed to plug in, that was not a thing. And so I'm still thinking in terms of like, I don't have control of, but if your job is sitting in one place writing software all day, have at, do whatever makes you more efficient. And I've been struggling because I've been trying to hit the perfect medium between those two things. That means that all of these mappings that I gave in and started doing, because my pinkies are a mess, from doing this, were okay, because when I'm doing a long-term coding session, that just saves me some extra pain and suffering. But my fingers still know Control left bracket. So if I get on a system that doesn't have it, but if I get on a system that doesn't have Control caps lock mapped, and I start caps locking the crap out of everything, I'm going to really screw my code up in ways that are really, really bad. And that's actually why I'm going to remap. A safe for caps lock. Accidentally. Gonna put all right, so I like the dough idea the most. This magic wand. Exclamation point. Arts Vacation, welcome. Donald Trump. Yeah. Yeah, no, you don't have options to do that, archification. I know you think you can do that, and these days it's more likely that you can do it, but if you're working in an enterprise environment as a system administrator, you don't have the option of changing your configuration on a system. So. So let's see. I don't even know how to indicate that. Yeah. Magic wand command. Yeah. Yeah. I like that idea, Og. Because it's close to the same thing that I would already do, Yeah. Well, look, I think mapping caps lock to anything is probably anything but disabled. Well, yeah. At some point later, I'll get to use it, and yeah. Well, that's a fair point. It's the saying goes, well, if that is a thing, then I'll learn it that way, right? Why? And I'm completely with you on that line of thinking. Voice recognition. The line of thinking goes that most systems are going to have Bash and Vim that you're going to be working with. Almost all in a Vim in the Linux world that we're in today. It's usually these days it's going to be the exception to the rule that you're going to be working on BSD or AIX or Solaris, unless you're working for IBM, and stuff like that. It is not. It's objectively worse. Bash is the default. I used to believe like that. I was forced to use POSIX at the beginning in January 2020. I let myself use Bash, and I will never go back. Bash allows me to replace Python and Perl and use Bash for everything, because it can do everything that Perl and Python can do these days, pretty much. for everything that I need on the shell, and as POSIX shell does not. POSIX shell's got a lot of. There's obviously a time and a place to use POSIX shell. POSIX shell is pretty damn dangerous, actually. If you're using single quotes, you have to put quotes. Or if you're using single bracket if statements, you have to put stuff inside that. Bash is all. If you're using double bracket, we're going to do a whole bash series, and I'm going to talk about all these things. But if you use double bracket notation in bash, which you should, if you use bash at all, you should always use double bracket notation, because you've already bought into the bash idea, and it's safer because nothing in there does any glob star expansion. So bash is way safer than POSIX shell. It's so much safer. It's insane. So I will never ever write a POSIX shell script and stuff unless somebody forces me to do it again. Yeah. This runs way faster. Yeah. Russian roulette works only in bash. Yeah. There's just so many reasons. Not to mention, the biggest reason to learn bash is because it's a default on millions of Linux systems. End of argument. Anything else, you have to make the case to use it because it has to be installed in addition to what's already there. So yeah, I need to remap control, but I don't know what the control. What is this caps lock? What is the caps lock Vim thing? Vim caps. I'm going to remap it to just say something. First line of escape. Actually, I'm going to make it escape, but I'm not going to make it depend on escape. Is it SC? Thanks. Oh God. You can map the whole thing? That's interesting. Man, that's cool. Holy cow. You can map the entire thing to just make it escape for your whole system. I'm contemplating that. I never use caps lock for anything, so yeah. Your Xmod map, share it. Send it in EEX archification. Yeah, you can. You can. You definitely can. You can map any keys. I would be really shocked if you can't, but we're about to find out. EEX.io, yeah. I don't want to map it to escape. I don't know, man. Go watch here. Go watch my video on why certify if you want. That's my answer. I did a whole video on that. Let's see. Auto hotkey scripts. In a text file in a home folder. Xmod. So far, that's all Xmod. Really, that's what they're saying. They're saying you can't do it in Vim. Well, I've never done it, so it really surprises me. Yeah, you're right, but I don't see why you can map any key in Vim. So I'm still incredulous on this. I'm skeptical. Every time it's executed, it's perfectly possible for an application to detect control shift. Stem chat. How's it going, dude? Name? Yeah, welcome. Let's see here. Seriously? If you have to map it in X, I'm gonna be perturbed. I'll still do it probably, but that just doesn't make any sense. There's got to be a way to put a caps lock key. Dude named Ben. Dude named Ben. The Casca is probably translated by the OS. Well, there you go. There's your answer. As usual, it's like not the first answer in Stack Overflow. It's like the 10th answer. Auto hotkeys look to be the bridge over Vim OS gap. Go programming streaming. Yeah, we're going to be doing some more of that. Thanks, OKs like to suggested. We're just playing around with this whole caps lock idea right now. It is cloudy and rainy, huh? Oh, I turned my music down. Oh, it's really loud. How about that? That's better. I mean, that's pretty damn loud. How about there? Right there. What else we got? It is an X mode thing. And that if multiple buffers are open, existing for one reverts the mapping for all the others, replacing Vim naturally, yes. So they have it. They're doing Xmod map, but they're just doing it. They're doing it from Vim, so they're still using Xmod map, which means you might as well just use it for the whole Vim-RC. I get your point here. Sounds like a band-aid. If you're using num, you can remap using num tweaks. Yeah, I thought about that too. But whenever I want it in my bash RC. What key code 135 is? That's the context key. I didn't see your eeks come in. Not all keys are mappable. Really? That's unfortunate. Got it. Yep. Well. Interesting. Okay. I could probably just use the mod thing. I've never remapped caps lock. Oh. Wait, that's not what I wanted. Wrong one. That's it. Oh, that's in your mod thing. Yeah, this is probably what I want, because this is something I can put on my bash RC. I think Sackfish has this one down. Let's try that. Oh, so you're making no caps into a control key? I see what you're doing there. I mean, I might be okay with that. Oh, yeah, it's in your X and NRC? Yeah, I need to map. I haven't used X and NRC in a long time. So I'm probably going to need to symlink one of those. Let me think about this for a second. I'm going to need to go like this for a bit. You think it'll work in Bash RC? You know what? It probably would work in Bash RC, right? Let's try it in Bash RC first, because I don't want to... And I'm going to do... shell. Yeah. At some point. Completion settings, bash. Yeah, this is where it goes. This is where she goes. Set no clobber. This is really good. You guys should set these things. It's really good. I kind of like no clobber. I should probably turn it back on. It's probably safer. Map caps lock to control. Let's try that one. Switch. Yeah, I actually think control is probably, I would like that to be I would like that better actually. Because that would be the problem I have is my finger, this is what my hand has to do to hit control right now. Looks like I'm flipping you off. But so I actually think I would like that much better. You know why? Because then it's still my pinky that's hitting it. It just doesn't have to go all the way down to get to the control. So I'm with you on the control mapping. Yeah, not only that, but I can just do Control L too. God, this could change my whole world. So I'm seriously into that. Mapping and control. Well, the difference between, no, we talked about escape. Caps lock. I think caps lock is a good control because it's much easier to hit. Plus, you still have your muscle memory for control when you don't have it. The thing I'm afraid of, though, quite frankly, is that I'll get on a system that doesn't have it, and I'll hit caps lock on purpose, and then I'll be like, oh crap. So I think I don't know if I would encourage beginners to train themselves to use caps lock as control. Does that make sense? It is dumb for a beginner to do that. I think it's really dumb. But I don't think it's dumb for someone who's already got control muscle memory in their brain. And then it's a secondary thing you can use. It's just like escape and JK, right? I don't think people should start out learning JK as an alternative for escape. I don't think they should start out learning that. I think they should train their muscles and their finger muscles to use the defaults, that exist. And for me, the Control F bracket is a default because that's a built-in thing on every keyboard that I would ever use. And then after your hands are well trained that way, you got those neural pathways created, you can allow yourselves to use the alternatives just to save your hands. But then when you get on a system that doesn't have those things, you can revert, cognitively, you can revert back to those other things. You still have the support for it. I really feel like that's probably the way I want to help people learn it. I don't feel right inside teaching people to become dependent on caps lock right out of the gate. That just doesn't feel right to me. 2 to 3 extra keys, yeah. The same concept with tab completion. Is learning to type of everything first for a while, introduce tab complete. I agree. I think that's probably the way to go. That's why I do not like IntelliSense completion of VS Code. I tell people all the time, avoid completion, even when you're doing HTML development, so that you'll remember the tags. And I know it's annoying and you don't like to do it. It's pretty long, but so my point is, I think, yeah, that's why when I said it was dumb, that's where that thought process is coming from. Is it okay for me to remap caps lock? Probably, because I've been doing it the other way so long. I can't even get myself to use KJ because Control F bracket is so burned into my brain. As well as a good point. Yeah, I think, and actually Mac Lundar, he rips on me all the time for changing my default bash shell to set-ovi to VI bindings because the default is Emacs, but that's completely dubious because you can do that on any Unix system, period. So that's not a matter of it not being available. Remapping caps lock is something that possibly could be unavailable to you. So I want to make sure people learn it at least the right way first, and then they can go through and they can learn it. They can learn the extra things as a layer on top of that. Or like Archification says, Archification made a very good point. He's like, why don't you wait and learn it those other ways when it's needed, instead of burdening yourself with, I mean, you can make a really strong argument that says, well, I don't need those things. When I need those things, I'll retrain my fingers to use those methods but the likelihood of me being forced to use a computer that I can't put my own configuration on is so low that I would rather train myself to be a more efficient person using the stuff that's more likely for me to have, instead of this, sort of FUD inducing possibility that one day somewhere you're not going to be able to use VI because you're going to have to use the defaults. So that's a very strong argument as well. That's also the argument toward using Emacs, because the argument toward using Emacs is, if I use Emacs, I am going to be on one computer forever. I don't need to be effective on another computer because it's not my career path, and therefore I'm fine. This is the same reason people use VS Code. If people use VS Code, they can't use VI. They can barely use a terminal because that's their career path. So if your career path, if you're going to be a hacker and a systems engineer, you might want to consider using the defaults for VI most, and usually the people but there's no guarantee that that's who you're going to be as a career going forward. So if that becomes your career path at some point, then you can say, okay, I'm going to learn NVI. I'm going to learn, not NeoVim, NVI, which is, really strict about its VI compatibility. And then you train yourself on those things because you're working on Solaris and AIX machines. But let's be real. How many people are actually going to be working on Solaris and AIX every day these days? Most cloud developers, cloud native developers, and stuff like that, they're never going to touch an AIX or a Solaris machine. So I'm kind of checking myself on that thinking, and that would again justify, agreeing with Raritan originally to say map it to control, because I think caps lock I think the best possible mapping for caps lock for me that's also compatible with finger memory is control, and the reason for that is because my pinky is hitting control all the time anyway. Why? Because I'm doing control left bracket for my escape. Does that make sense? It will save your left wrist. And my left wrist and my left pinky is in real bad pain all the time. Yeah. What are you talking about? Rip pinky? You're talking about mapping it to control? Well, what else would you map it to? What do you map yours to, Sackfish? Did you, but was that because you mapped it? Did you, Sackfish, did you caps lock? My point is, Sackfish, I have a question. So did you not map it to escape? I know. Because I'm used to control. Oh, okay, right. Yeah, see, so I would tell beginners right now, this squishing my pinky down to hit control every time has given me sort of arthritis beginning in my pinky over here. And it causes a pain that goes all the way down my side of my hand right here. It goes all the way down the side of my hand. Yeah, beginners. Where is roll on? Is roll on here? Is it roll or dice, guys? I can't remember. Yeah. It is dice. Yeah. Used to have caps lock to escape and super. I found control to be a better option. Yeah, I agree with the control option. I'm going to go ahead and say that. Yeah, Barnesy, we were talking all about that earlier, that we've covered that conversation. So the reason I'm going to make justification for why I think this control is best based on all your guys' recommendations and summarize. I think the reason that control is the best one is because it's not your pinky it's just a slight variation in where control already is. It just makes it your pinky's already typing control and you're doing control left bracket for escape. It just means that your pinky doesn't have to do as much work to hit control. That's it. And but if you make it some other key, it might be it's. In other words, if you get on a pinky remains on home row. It's close enough to control to help you out. Yeah. But right control. Why not play with fire? Yeah, I don't know. So, let's see. So I'm going to try this for a while. I actually think this is probably the way to do this. It's gonna be hard for me to remap that because I go down here all the time. I actually am very curious. I haven't got it mapped at this moment, so let's see. That's not it. What did I just did that. There we go. Wait a second. Wait. It doesn't seem like it's working. Oh, because I didn't execute it. Oh, no, I did. Oh, I will never use tilde for that. Use issue approximations. Oh, for that, yeah. Yeah, I would think so. Oopsie. Wait. That means I can do Control B like this too. Let me try something. No, it's not. Wait. It's not doing something right. I think it might be my keyboard actually. Oh, I type tilde all the time. You guys know about this, right? Tilde, see? Tilde is used for case folding. I do that constantly. I would never remap tilde. Remapping tilde is really dangerous on Unix. It's, yeah. Yep. I'm with you on that. Use R for replace for changing case. Yeah, that's no, just no. Tilde is the way to go. Yeah, that's no way. You cannot convince me of that one. It didn't work. So it's not working for me. This is what's really weird, is sometimes it works and other times it doesn't work. Maybe it's because I'm not holding it down enough. Yeah, there worked that time. It worked that time. I'm going to have such a hard time with that. I'm going to have a hard time with that. What? You know what's happening is I'm hitting... Yeah, well... I mean, everything's worth a try. Yep. Yeah. That's the one I did. Caps lock and control modifier. What did you do? Caps lock instead of control modifier? I did... How is this one different? Oh, do you think control modifier is better? I mean, I don't know. For some reason, it doesn't... The first time I do it, it doesn't do it. I can't quite figure out why that is. I might have a caps lock key that doesn't work or something. We're just playing around with caps lock modification. Yeah. So which one do you think is better, guys? The control modifier or the no cat or the other one? Drop. Top files. Settings. I don't know. I don't know which one is better, guys. CTRL modifier. Wait, wrong one. Temfu. Oh God. It's hard. I can't do it. I'm gonna do it. So it doesn't work. I'm telling you, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. The first bracket that I type, I have to do it twice for some reason. See that? I have to like really, you have to hold control down for a long time. So like if I try to do that, sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't work. See that? That was totally held down and it didn't do it. I don't like it. It doesn't feel right. No, yeah. Yeah, it has some sort of delay built into it. Either that or I'm hitting shift on accident. Probably that. No, it's run. It's working. I promise. Because there it does work sometimes. It's just I have a feeling I'm hitting shift instead. Because my fingers are so used to shift. Because you actually have to go up to get to caps lock. I think that's... Nope, I just did it again. There. See that? I think the problem is that I'm letting go of it too early. No, it's not. It's like... It has to be held down for a certain amount of time. It definitely does. No, I'm on... No. There's something about it. It has to be... Control has to be held down for like a millisecond or two before it registers. Yeah. Yeah. It's kind of weird. That one worked. I noticed when I do it fast, that one picked it up. Okay, that's good. No, see that? Didn't do it. Yeah, I don't know, man. I think there's something going on. I think there's actually a little delay. That never works. When I actually hit the real control, it doesn't do that. I have a feeling they're not mapped the same way. That one did it. What we're trying to do, we're trying to remap caps lock to control, and I'm just comparing them. No, man, it's not freaking doing it. Yeah, I do, actually. You're getting... I think I'm getting up before the next key. Yeah, I don't know. But I don't know, man. It might be... Yeah, oh god. It's not nearly as... There's more of a delay. Yeah, there's definitely more of a delay to that thing. You think it's fat fingering? I don't know. You can say that all you want. Yep, could be. No, you see that delay? Did you see that one? You see how long it took to insert to register? That was better. It's so weird. It is. I think it might have something to do with my caps lock key itself. That's the only thing I can figure. No, I would never roll my own text editor. People keep. Did you see that one time it was telling us there's a new text editor people are trying to do? You know, the thing I don't like about it is I can't just tap it. In Control, I can tap and it works fine. So it's. I don't know if it's my computer keyboard or what, but it is not. Control, I get every time it works. Every time. Every time. So the caps lock key, I think there's got to be some sort of. Nope, that one worked, but I did it slower. That one worked. It's not a Vim thing. That one worked. I'll give it a try for a day. Yeah. Why would you say such a thing? Troll. Save, trying caps lock remap to Control. Wait, I think I left something in my vimrc that's crap. Not vimrc. I did. I left a remap in there. I gotta go delete those. Where are they? I did. I left these in here. So this goes out. Control L. Oh. Not a happy day. There. Had to hold it down. Can we get in Zev and push the key to try to get some useful output? What does that do? Does it give you how many, what your delays are and stuff? Sure. Do 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 do. Po po po. Po 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 po. Unable to find package Zev. Oh, it's already there. I see. How the frick do I close it? Alright, well. All is good. So... Zev. Yep. Key release, synthetic no, Windows, blah, blah, blah. Yep. Right. Yep. You know, you guys raise a good question about the whole about the whole Wayland versus X thing. There are like so many debugging techniques and stuff that I don't imagine have equivalents in Wayland yet. So it's going to be interesting to see how that whole thing shapes up. If you know what I'm saying. All right, let's go back to coding. Control AA. Oh, that's weird. That's going to be really weird. Because I can control AA. That's like really weird. That is really weird. I'm gonna have to stick with regular control for that. My remapping has been working, yeah, because I've been, yeah. Well, it's definitely register as control. That was never a problem. Yeah. How can you tell if there's a zero delay? Oh, well, yeah. I mean, that's kind of the problem. I'm going to give it some time. Let it sink in. The truth is, I should probably not even use my pinkies and just use my fingers under home roll for JJ and KK. And you know what? It's been an hour. I can tell because my legs are going to sleep. So I need to stand up and do some stuff. Oh, and then I'll be back to coding. Give me a second here. The problem with being at Lotus for an hour is that if you're a Westerner, you got to be really careful about how you come out of it. You can really mess yourself up. So, yeah, you know, all the you know, the East Indians, they've been raised sitting on the floor, so their whole anatomy, their spine, their tendons, everything is all different. You think so? Yeah. Well, we'll try it and see. What am I doing here? So control. Wow, we got a lot of stuff here. So get rid of some of these. Going generics proposal, which I was going off on. Oh, hey, there's an access token for something. What is that for? I don't know what that is for. Don't know what that is for. The Go connection. Oh, wait, this is, yeah, this is something that we were looking at. Yep. Oh, no, I know what this is. All right, so this is, yeah, that's don't worry, that's not an access token. This is me searching out all of the stuff that was in my, okay, so that's good. That's actually in my blog, so I guarantee you that's not anything scary. Yeah. And yeah, this is all part of the work I was doing to isolate stuff, so I think we're back, we're good to go. I got to make sure to check that stuff though, because I do not want to make that kind of mistake. Yep, so when I come back, we're going to be doing more parsing. We're going to be more parsing up, chopping up the markdown file and making a log out of it, converting the logs. So that's what I'll do. I have to walk away for a bit though. Back in a bit. Using it 4K. XOR too much for your PC, really? Interesting, Faisal. That's interesting. So hopefully, yeah, we'll get some more performance out of it. Is to land it back. Of course, that assumes you're doing it on a chart. Yes, this is true too. So yeah, I'm gonna walk around a little bit.
Welcome to this course on compilers. My name is Alex Aiken. I'm a professor here at Stanford University, and we're going to be... I'm going to draw a picture here. This box is the interpreter, and it takes... Let me label. So we can say that an interpreter is on, and costs exceeded the hardware costs, programming more productive. Talk about that for just a second. So a class declaration in Cool begins with the keyword class, followed by the name of the class, and the acronym, of course, is... Hello. In this and the next few videos, I'm going to be giving an overview of Cool, the programming language for which you'll be writing a compiler. Cool is the classroom object-oriented language, and the acronym, of course, is Cool. And the unique design requirement for Cool is that the compiler has to be able to be written in a relatively short period of time. We only have 1 quarter, or in some cases a semester, for students to write the compilers. And so Cool has to be implementable quickly. And actually, since it's used primarily for teaching compilers, the number of Cool compilers in the world vastly exceeds the number of Cool programs. So there are many, many more compilers have been written. Thousands of compilers, maybe tens of thousands of compilers have been written for Cool, but probably only some dozens or hundreds of Cool programs. And so it's probably the only language in existence for which this is true, that the number of compilers actually exceeds the number of programs. But it does tell you about the main design requirement. It's much more important in Cool that the compiler be easy to write than that it be easy to write programs in. And so there are some quirks in the language, things that have been done specifically to make it easier to implement, where that wouldn't take away from the teaching value of the language, but that would make it inconvenient to use the language on a day-to-day basis as a working programmer. So what is in the language? Well, we've tried to design it so that it will give you a taste of modern notions of abstraction, static typing, reuse through inheritance, automatic memory management, and there's actually a few more things that we'll talk about when we come to them. But many things are left out. We're not going to be able to put everything in the language and have it be implementable quickly. We'll be able to cover some things in the lectures, but unfortunately there'll even be some interesting language ideas that we won't be able to get to in this class. So the course project is to build a complete compiler, and specifically you're going to compile Cool into MIPS assembly language. So MIPS is a real instruction set. It was for a machine that was designed in the 1980s, and there is a simulator for MIPS that runs on just about any kind of hardware, and so this makes the whole project very portable. We can run your compiler, you can generate MIPS assembly language, and then that MIPS assembly language can be simulated on just about whatever kind of machine you have access to. The project is broken up into 5 assignments. First, you're going to write a Cool program. And that program itself will be an interpreter to give you a little bit of experience with writing a simple interpreter. And then the compiler itself will consist of the 4 phases that we discussed, lexical analysis, parsing, semantic analysis, and code generation. And all of these phases, I should emphasize, are plug compatible, meaning that we have separate implementations, separate reference implementations of each of these. And so, for example, when you are working on semantic analysis, you'll be able to take the lexical analysis, parsing, and code generation components from the reference compiler and plug your semantic analysis into that framework and test it against the reference components. And so this way, if you have trouble with one component or aren't sure that one of your components is working very well, you won't have a problem in working on a different component because you'll be able to test that independently. And finally, there's no required optimization assignment, but we do have some suggestions for optimizations that you can do, and many people have written optimizations for Cool. And so this is an optional assignment if you're interested in learning something about program optimization. So let's write the simplest possible Cool program. And the first thing to know is that Cool source files end in the extension .cl for Cool, and you can use whatever editor you like to write your programs. I happen to use Emacs. You can use some other editor if you like. And every Cool program has to have a class called main. And let's talk about that for just a second. So a class declaration in Cool begins with the keyword class, followed by the name of the class, so in this case main, followed by a pair of curly braces. And inside the curly braces is where all the stuff that belongs to the class goes. And every class declaration must be terminated by a semicolon. So a program consists of a list of class declarations, each class declaration terminated by a semicolon. So that's the structure of a class. And now we need this class to actually do something. So we're going to have a method in this class, and let's call the method main. In fact, the main method of the main class must always exist. This is the method that's run to start the program. And furthermore, this method must take no arguments. So the argument list for the main method is always empty. And let's say the main method, its body always goes in a pair of curly braces. So the main method always goes inside curly braces. I hate they assume class is what you're going to do. A class consists of a list of such declarations, and again, those declarations must all be separated by semicolons, or terminated, excuse me, by semicolons. So in this case, we only have one method in the class, but it still has to have its semicolon. And now we can say what we want the method to actually do. So this is the place where the code for the method goes. And let's just have the simplest possible method, the one that just evaluates to the number 1. Okay? So cool is an expression language, which means that wherever a piece of code can go, you can put an arbitrary expression. Any expression can go there. There's no explicit return statement for a method. It's just the value of the method body is the value of the method. So in this case, we just put the number 1 in there, and that will be the value of this method when we run it. So let's save that, and now we can try compiling this simple program. So how do we compile? The compiler is called coolc for the cool compiler, and you just give the cool compiler a list of cool source files. So in this case, there's just one file, 1.cl. Hit enter, and
There's nothing worse than academics trying to be
error.
cool.
So we have to come back and fix that. And the error says that at or near the open curly brace on line 3, there is a mistake. And I know what the mistake is because I'm a competent cool programmer, at least somewhat competent cool programmer. Cool methods must declare their return type. So we need to put a type here, and the syntax for the declaration is to put a colon after the name of the method in the argument list, and then the name of a type. And since we're returning the number 1 for this for this method, we might as well say that the main method is going to return an integer. So save that, go back over to our compilation window, and let's compile the program again. And this time it compiled successfully. And now if we look in our directory, we see that there is a new file called 1.s. That's the assembly code for the program 1. And now we can try to run this code. And the MIPS simulator is called SPIM, and it just takes a assembly file
this is Stanford's
to simulate.
free edX
And so we just give it 1.s, hit enter, and it'll run. A whole bunch of stuff is printed out. But as you can see, it says partway down that the cool program successfully executed, so that's good. And then afterwards, there are some statistics and things like the number of instructions executed, the number of loads and stores, number of branches. Those things would be interesting if we're worried about performance, if we were, say, working on the optimization of the compiled code. But we're not doing that right now. We're just running programs, and we can see that this program worked. So the program ran, it terminated successfully, but it didn't actually produce any output, and that's because we didn't ask it to produce any output. If we want to have output, we'd have to go back and modify the program again. So what this program does currently is it just returns this value, but nothing is done with that value. It's not printed out or anything like that. If you want to have something printed out in a cool program, you have to do that explicitly. So there's a special class built in, a primitive class called IO, and we can declare what's called an attribute of this class. It'll be an IO attribute, and it'll be called I. Okay,
Why
and
does
I will
everything
be an
have to be
object that we can use to do IO.
It's like
so
part of the
now
craziness.
in our main method here, we could add a call to outstring. I.outstring is how we invoke a method. Okay, so outstring is a method of the IO class, and so we use I to invoke that method, and then we can pass it a string that we want printed out on the screen. So for example, we could say, hello world. Okay, and now we have to decide what to do with our number 1 there. And let me show you one more feature of cool. Let's leave the 1 there, and let's make it part of a statement block. So a statement block consists of a sequence of expressions separated by semicolons. And you can have any number of expressions, and the semantics of a statement block or an expression block is to just evaluate the expressions in order, and the value of the block is the value of the last expression. And now a statement or an expression block has to be included in its own set of curly braces. Okay, so that now is a valid cool program. So let me just read this for you. So the body of the program is a block of expressions. The first one executes a outstring call to the object I, which is going to print hello world for us. And then the second one evaluates to 1, which is the value of the entire method. Okay, actually, I should say it's the value of the block. Okay, and then because the block is the body of the method, the value of the block becomes the value of the entire method. So 1 will be returned.
No. I mean, I've been kind of like just going through it for fun. An OOP for your first compiler, exactly. No. Oh, sorry, cleared the chat on accident. Or did I? Subconsciously, maybe I just wanted to get done stuff. We're doing the scanner here. How's it going, Don? When we last left our own parser, simple little parser to parse some metadata out of Markdown, but specifically the headers. So again, the goal here is let me see if I can show you. So the goal is for me to get this log. I've been working on it a couple days now. I want to take this single, year-long log of notes and stuff, log entries. Oh wow, yeah. Hopefully, this can help you. And I've decided to go back to a directory structure that represents the time and day, so that I can have this. I can have permanent links to log entries that are persistent and don't go away, and rather than having like a single page that keeps getting swapped out. So if people link to particular log entries, they won't move, and so that's a big thing. So I'm trying to change this one file, chop it all up, and create this directory structure out of it automatically, and in the process, write some of the meta markdown parsing code that I need for my knowledge base, for my MemWorks knowledge manager that I've been working on now for a while. So that's the goal. And along with this goal is the need for me to fix some problems with the markdown that's in here, so which causes it to not be parsed properly. I've known I've had an issue with this for some time, and so this is currently set to just show me all of the code. These are all the code blocks, and I expect that I'm going to find some code that should not be in a code block in here, because I have code blocks that are not working properly. There we go. So June 18th we have another problem, so I have to go back and fix that. All this code is up on rwxrob, github.com rwxrob, if you want to go look at the log notes and entries themselves. And so, yeah. Yes, the query language that we're writing a query language to query the knowledge base. Yeah. Yes, we are. That's why I wrote pagan.dev for that, and that's coming. We don't have that right now, but, and it's also, I'm converting the markdown into, as I showed you there, into single entries of markdown that are one per file instead of this log format that's really big. So this is this big long, it's easier to maintain this way, by the way, unless you have some sort of automated thing, right? It's also easier to search. So right now searching this is just a matter of grepping it out, right? But if I do a grep-r, I can search my knowledge base really easily. No, robs.io is broken. So I'm in the middle of porting robs.io, combining robs.io with my GitHub. So my definitive personal site reference from now on is the robs.io will be a redirect to a web version of what's in github.com/rwxrob. That is, if you just go to /rwxrob, you can see the new README thing. And some time ago I agreed that I ported everything off of LinkedIn. And so I'm combining my robs.io with my resume and my CV, and it's all going in one place. So it's like one-stop shopping. If somebody finds me on GitHub, great. If they find me on the internet, great. But it's the same stuff in one place. And that caused me to rethink how I'm managing my notes. What's the difference between a note, an article, and a log entry? And so that's where I'm at. So this whole thing needs to go away. We did find an error on June 18th. This is another reason for me to make it so that it's not on one file. I mean, I've played around with different ways of doing this, but if it's in one file and you make a mistake, your whole file is screwed up. If you make a mistake and it's just multiple individual files, then you're fine, right? Because you can go identify that one file that's got a problem more easily than this. So this is, I have to go through and fix some of the markup errors that have come in. I think, imagine, most of these are because I have been doing, they get wrapped on accident. That's the case for this one. See it? So when you do this, this is a code block that caused the problem. So that's now taken care of. Let's go see what other ones we have down here. But I can rerun this, and that should take care of. We can find the next one. I need to fix this stuff anyway. Type paralist. Ooh, I'm so glad that stuff is in here. So all of my, there we go. This is the one right here. That's the error. I don't know why it did this. At some point, it really screwed up my day. It did some wrapping. I don't know what I did. I must have done a VI command long ago that wrapped that did some auto wrapping and really messed stuff up. And I set, so this is all I'm glad I'm getting to fix all these things because they are so this one, this is, it's funny because I'm not using this anymore. I remember writing this one. There we go. Oops. Turn my stuff back on. There, okay. See, that shouldn't be doing that either. I should not. I'm playing around with different formats for documenting everything. There we go. Whether I was going to make everything a YAML file, that's what this one is about. And, you know, paragraph, this is a paralist example. This paralist YAML example is really messed up though. I've been playing around with different node types, and I actually want to start. That reminds me of I need to start the MemWorks node types documentation so I can document them as I go. The knowledge node types. I have like many places for where I've been doing all of this for documenting it, and I wonder if it's worth going through and doing that right now. So one of the node types that I'm creating right now is a log node type, and that's going to describe what a log node type is and a log node subtype. Each one of these readme.mds inside of a folder is a knowledge node. I'm calling them, you know, a MemWorks knowledge manager knowledge node, or like a mem node. And a mem node is just a knowledge node. It's kind of like a Zettelkasten thing, which I've been thinking about my stuff around the same time, so this kind of independently evolved. There's lots of knowledge workers coming up with the same sort of ideas. So anyway, let's see if that fixes that one. I mean, this should get pretty easy as we go. Oh, another error. Why is that one still an error? Lazy learner. Don't be a lazy learner. Paralist. This one should be fine. I'm wondering why it's not getting picked up. I mean, that should be totally fine. Why is it doing that? Why? Oh, why? Oh, wait, no, that is code. What am I talking about? That's supposed to be in there. Duh. Okay. Good. Can you guess the output of each? Can you guess? I think that's a problem. Yep. I do not know what did that. This is making me really crazy. Something really screwed my day. It screwed up all my code, and I have to fix it before I do the thing. Correction range. Why is that there? Oh wait. Here's the program I used to do. This is Python. Magic Wands VS replaces up with. Can you tell what program to use? Oh. So this one is shell, or actually that's bash. This one is what? Python. And we can put a block quote between those two. You know what? I could probably just find the triple backticks and find all the problems. That was okay. This one is not okay. Wait. Oh, this is a problem. Sigh. I'm seriously wondering why this is so screwed up. Uh-oh. This one too, right? What's wrong with this one? This one is, got a problem. Aha. Aha. So that is what? That thinks it's still text. That is not text, you stupid piece of crap. All of this stuff it still thinks is code. You can see the output of each. There's still something wrong here. Oh, why is that one a problem? Triple text. I don't know. Let's try it. So we're fixing the markdown so I can do the rest. That's nice. Hey, it looks better. So far, so good. Even if the pandoc thing can't keep up. The pandoc, the syntax highlighter is busted in a big way. And that's actually one of the reasons I want to get Pagan done, because I want to write my own syntax highlighters that are better. So I have a feeling that this is pretty reliable now, because I don't see anything that doesn't belong as code in here. This is just a way for me to kind of fix that problem. Wait, reminder, you need to walk the dog. Let's go find that. Oh no, that's fine. That's a thing. I thought about putting reminders in my log as well, but they really don't have a place in there, because some people who want to follow the log, they don't want to see all my reminders and stuff. So this can go on my to-do list or my reminder list or something. Yeah, I think that's just code. I think we're good to go. All right, so yeah. So then what? We need to start going back to working on the code, which is like this one. May not go. So when we're in the code, we don't want to. We don't want the code to be. We want it to be skipped. Because if we see a header in there, we don't want to register that as a header. So that's what's going on there. And we don't need to print it. We're just going to continue. Actually, if we're in a code block, yeah. So if we're in a code block, we just want to continue. We don't want to print it. If we're not in a code block, we do want to print it. So yeah. Yes, that's what it's doing. No, it helps you edit them. Yeah. So here's the stuff. If you want pandoc in your project, you need to add these two plugins. These are the two plugins you need for pandoc. Yeah. So let's go ahead and do the build. And then what? Then we can do our chop map more. Now this is just going to be, this should have no code in it. I'm just testing this. Yep. Oh, I'm not a fan of org mode. I'm a fan of the idea of org mode. So I'm going to do a whole series on knowledge management with Pandoc. Yeah. That's coming up. That's going to be after learning web development and surviving the terminal. And after that, I think I have it actually listed. CD readme. Actually, if you go to rwx.gg/boost, you should see it. I think I might need to update it, but rwx.gg/boost. Autodidactic habits we did. And learning progressive web design is the one we're doing right now. And Markdown, but we're going to inject a survival guide in there between progressive Markdown. We're going to inject surviving the command line. And then we'll do learning Pandoc. Because you have to know the command line to use Pandoc. You don't need to know VI necessarily, but you definitely need to know the command line. So that's coming. So this looks like the parsing is working as planned. So we can add the next level of our parser, which I've already identified. May not go. So this is what we're implementing here. For each line, if the code block, just continue. If the line starts with a code block, then set in block and continue. Did that. If the line starts with one or more hashtags and the next line is blank, then parse the heading line. All right, so let's do that one. So if strings has prefix line I mean, we could do all three. I suppose. I wonder if there's a better way to do this with the regex. I mean, I don't care how efficient it is right now, so you know what? I'm just gonna do something that's feed. Now, if line if it has prefix line, a what? One hashtag, so we'll do recursive descent again. So if the line has 1, 2, 3, 4, so the most frequent one is going to be 2. So I'm going to put that first. Let's compile for regex. It is if you do it ahead of time. Yep. Or line. That's the second most popular. Actually, in this particular case, there's only one, but I'm going to put him in here anyway. This is. I could do this with a regex, but it would be slower, believe it or not. Yeah, regexes are pretty damn slow. Compared to subscreen matches, because they have to do a whole bunch of extra work that's unnecessary, and that's coming from a guy who has a regex as his title. I love regexes. 3, 4, 5, 6, but they're not efficient. That's why I made Pagan. Pagan is better than regex, hands down. I cannot wait for Quint to get the validator. I mean the inline parser done for that. Literate programming. You're talking about where it runs it and has it? Yes, it can. You can make it do that, but it doesn't do it out of the box. The R programming language uses Pandoc as its standard documentation for that very reason. So you don't really need a Jupyter notebook, because you can just execute what's in the code blocks. It also does math notation with LaTeX. And if you use, I don't know if you guys saw, but if you guys, I showed this to somebody the other day and they were like freaking out. If you use the VimPandoc plugin, it'll actually show you the math. Oops. There. So check this out. Wait. Epsilon. So, you see that? Cool, huh? Yeah. So this is the LaTeX for the math notation, and it uses conceal. Conceal is kind of a quirk within Vim that gets reused for all kinds of things like smart quotes and Vim. So if you're on the line, it turns it off and you can edit it. But when you get off of it, it will do the translation for you into the symbols. I can't tell you how cool I think that is. That is just like so cool to me. I wish this one would get translated too. Does it? No. You can do Unicode too, but this is just math. So yeah, math symbols are Unicode, but yep. For all x in x quad exists. Yeah, anyway. That's kind of cool. So if it has any of the headers, then what? No, and it shouldn't. It's not the job of Vim or anything text-based to display pictures, right? That's why I don't like links versus W3M. Just a second, I'll be right back. Let's go back to my I don't know why you would do that. If you're using math, you can use images on your graphics, but I don't know why you do it. Continue. All right, so I don't even know if we need to print the line. Let's do that. So let's say let's just print the headers for now. We're going to put them into something. So there's all the headers. Wow, lots of log entries there, Rob. Oh, those are just fonts. Those are Unicode fonts. They're UTF-8 characters. Yeah. Yippers. All right, so we got our headers, and now what we need to do is translate that header into an actual number, which we have with parse time. So we need to eliminate the substring. I get rid of the first part of the string. So I think that's strings substring. I need to chop off everything up to the first space. So I don't know the best way to do that. Actually, I can just use a trim. Yeah, and I can trim all the hashtags off the front. Another reason to use hashtags for your headers and not ATX style headers or setx headers, they have underscores because they're so much more complicated to parse. You don't want to overly do it, and you don't need to. So we're not going to do split. We're going to do chop, trim. There we go. Trim right. No, trim left. Trim left, cut set. For horizontal line separator, I use 4 dashes personally, because I don't want my stars to get in the way of syntax highlighting. That's my personal simplification. If you want to read all of my simplifications for Markdown, they are documented in rwxrob.live/lang/md/basic. And that goes through my simplest, predictable way, greppable way of doing Markdown. I've chosen to, it's 100% compatible with every other Markdown that's out there, but I've chosen to make, for me, say, I'm only going to do a line return with, the other reason not to use 3 dashes is because YAML uses 3 dashes, right? So every time that I can isolate any of the potential myriad possibilities with, tokens and stuff like that, I'm going to make 1 token for the way I use it. Yeah, you can use 3 stars. The problem is that 3 stars conflicts directly with the beginning of a bold with emphasis. So the token set that I have in my basic set for Pandoc eliminates any token redundancies. So it really simplifies your parser, because you can lexically break your whole file down by tokens reliably, and then you can do your parsing on that, because there's never any redundancy. There's never any context in it. It's a context-free grammar. You know what I mean? So like if it's a context, if you have 3 stars, you have to say, okay, it has to be 3 stars at the beginning of a line, right? Well, it's conceivable that 3 stars at the beginning of a line with a word right after it is going to be like an emphasis or something like that. So I don't want to have that problem. So I use 4 dashes for lines, 3 for YAML, and 3 stars for strong emphasis. And that's my choice. Use trim prefix. Use trim prefix. And let's just use cut set. All right, so let's do strings, trim left, line, cut set. And we're going to say, I don't know, line. We'll redo the line, I guess. And then what? And then we'll trim off the spaces. So then we can print the line. There we go. Got all our dates. Now I can send those for conversion. Oh boy, what was that? See that? Wait, we have some headers in here that are not supposed to be here. Uh-oh. Where do they come from? This is not supposed to have actual headers in here. So I'm gonna have to go find why that's in there. This is why I'm going to Cybersecurity Perfect Day. The reason I did that was because I was trying to title individual things. I don't know what to do with those. It's okay to have kids use VS Code. You have fun tree with fruit on it. Wait. Yeah, these shouldn't be that. More conclusions. This needs to be triple Ds. All right. Grep dash V. It doesn't start with. Do I have PCRE grep? Dash V. And then we'll have Thursday or Friday. Sunday. There they are. Yay, I love this shell. Every one of those has to have a triple. So a little bit of data cleanup going on here. Rubber ducking mode. Oh, that's a triple. Oh, so it is a triple. I don't really need a triple yet. You know what? I just realized there's something wrong with the parser. Again, this is for a specific use case. This is not. I only need the one. Yep. I don't need all these. I need that for my master version, but not for this. Because this is a specific use case. Oh, and I slept. Yeah, I slept. What are you talking about? What you talking about, Willis? I slept. Oh, you know what I gotta do? I gotta make it have a space here. There we go. Yippers. I'm gonna put that in there. Yep. Do. Should be nothing but dates in here now. I live on the East Coast. Yep, it's down on the bottom here. Yep, you can look down at the bottom, the gray. It's really hard to read, but it tells you what time zone I am, what my time is. It's 6 in the morning. Yep, I have a different sleep schedule to most. I do two sleep cycles per day, pretty much. Yep, I do 2 3 to 5 hour sleep cycles per day, so I get basically 2 days out of one. And it really freaks me out too, because sometimes I feel like I spend 2 days and it's actually only been 1 day. Happens all the time, but I like it. It gives me 2 really lucid, creative times. And like right now, everybody's asleep, so I can stream and just concentrate and read without distraction. It's just really awesome. And I still get enough sleep because I'm still getting 8 hours of sleep. It's a myth that you're supposed to sleep 8 hours a day in a block. That's just completely unbiased. That's completely unbased in science. In fact, there's really good articles about that you can go read. Humans have been forced to sleep 8 hours a day by society, not because of their genetic evolution. I work every second that I'm awake, pretty much. Yep. That's not true. I mean, I watch movies and documentaries and stuff probably about 2 hours a day. That's natural, right? That's what dogs do. Never watch a dog? JPL v3, all the things. Why is that showing up? Oh, I know, because that's an error. Okay. That one is an error, so we'll fix that one. This is back when I thought I was going to GPL v3 all the things, and I totally flipped on this particular thing. Myself sliding pretty strongly with the FSF, which if you guys know me, I totally changed my mind on that. I'm like anti-FSF at this point. It's fun to go back and read how your thinking and ideas have changed over time. Either hunt or sleep, right? Mm-hmm. Yep. Wait, what? This was me when was really pissed at companies. You guys have heard me that way, right? I've since changed to Mozilla. The Mozilla public license is my favorite because it's a perfect middle ground between Apache and GPL. So that's my favorite license. I'm just reading back my own notes, my own log entries. And it's fun. It's fun to see yourself change over time. In ways when you get new information. Dolphins don't sleep. Well, you can't say you don't need sleep, right? You need sleep, and you need sleep. You need at least 3 hours in a block because you need to get to REM state. And that's really fascinating. The whole cycle of REM state sleep, there's 3 states of sleep. There's the initial one where you can be woken up easily, the secondary, which is the transition, and then there's REM. And when you fall asleep, what happens is you do a tiny little three-step cycle, and then you do a longer 3-step cycle, and then you do a really long 3-step cycle. So depending on how much time you have to sleep, if you got to get into REM, you know, because you'll wake, you'll dream. If you get into REM, you'll know because you'll wake up and you'll usually remember your dream. If you didn't dream, you didn't hit REM. And if you're not hitting REM, REM is the only time your body repairs itself. Actually, that's not true. Somebody corrected me last time I said that. They said it's like, what is it, like 70% of your body's repair time is happening while you're asleep. 20 to 30% is happening while you're walking around. So that's never okay for your body. Doing the 24-hour, 48 thing, that's not okay. Not according to the scientific studies I've read. But this whole idea of like 30 minutes of sleep and then going on, that's completely that's scientifically proven to not be good for you because you never hit REM state. And that's why people who do that go crazy. All right, well, let me try this one more time. I think we're all clean though now. I think I got all of my dates in here. I don't want to lose this data. 4 hours in a raw and do it 2 times a night. Yeah, well, look, I'm not telling you what to do. Everybody's bodies are different, so you need to figure it out. For me, I sleep when I'm tired, and when I sleep, my body has gotten conditioned to sleep for 3 to 4 hours, and then I wake up, and then I sometimes I screw it up. Coffee can sometimes screw it up. And then it doesn't work, and then you actually end up needing more sleep on the weekend. Occasionally that'll happen to me, but for the most part, I just listen to my body, and I just go to sleep when I'm tired. Yeah, that is. People do live that way. People live without sleep too, but it's not good for your brain to do that. It's not. When I work out, when I do like running and stuff, I have to sleep more because body needs to recover more, right? So, all right, so I've got this, so it's pulling out the lines. Now I just need to convert it. So I'm going to time and an error. We'll throw the error away. I don't need an error. Actually, no, we have an error. What are we going to do? If error does not equal nil, Return and print the error. Okay, and if error is going to they're going to do, what are they going to say? String to, what did I call it? Parse time. Parse time. Line. Yep. And then I'm going to go ahead and just print it for now, just for fun. See. Yep, I just want to try this for a second. So there we go. There's the dates that have been converted. That one was busted. Ooh, look, the minute is out of range. You know why? Because it's a 64. How did I get a 64 in there? 364. How did I get that? I must have tried to edit it by hand. This is really good. $364. I don't know what. I'm just gonna guess it was 54. That was really funny. So we have Eastern time. This is kind of a fudge because I don't have daylight savings time in there. But whatever. Oh, extra text. Oh, I had a space at the end. Ooh, bad me. Hey, VMT. I'm just parsing my log, fixing my log entries. 20 hours in a row. Can't not sleep, yeah. Yeah, I bet. It's just listening to your body, right? Honestly, that's what it really is. It's about listening to your body, and they go over that a lot in yoga training. Ahimsa means non-violence, but that means to yourself as well. This whole you versus your body shit that they do in like the CrossFit stuff is just so bad. It's not you beating your body into submission. It's you finding balance with your body. That's what it is. Hey Q Mackerel. Yeah. Well, okay, so I have to find this here. I got a bug. There it is. I got an extra space on that. So, yeah. Depression, yeah, depression can really mess your sleep up. And believe me, I know. I'm pretty sure I'm manic depressive. I don't think I'm diagnosed, but I'm pretty sure I'm manic depressive. So what I'll do is I'll be like really flying high, and then I'll be like, boof, really flying high, and then the world's gonna end. Really flying high. I do that a lot. It runs in my family too. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm just undiagnosed. Manic depressive love it because when you're manic is that bipolar? I think it's bipolar. When I'm on the highs, you live for your high because you're like on top. You can do anything, and then but it comes with this pretty significant lows. I don't think I'm enough to be medicated for it, but I think I have a tendency to be that. Yeah, everyone, absolutely, archification. I'm with you on that. Yep, totally with you on that. Yeah, when you're in manic phase, you don't sleep, and in depression phase, you sleep the whole time. Yeah, that pretty much describes me. So, twice as good as dolphins. Unipolar manic, is that what it's called? I'm not unipolar manic. I don't think I am anyway. Yeah. Sometimes I don't know. I don't know what I am. I just try to live day to day. But I'm pretty sure there's some sort of mental imbalance that I have. But I would have a really hard time diagnosing it. But I find it interesting because, those are things. Okay, good. All those dates are working. So that means I'm parsing out my dates just fine. And now it's time to do something with them. So if we have a date, then we are inside of a block. So I'm going to set is block. No, let's say in entry. How about that? So in entry equals true. And font and color are general are so relaxing and friendly. Kudos, Rob. Oh, I'm just doing a thing here. I need to be relaxed too, So in entry, so we need to do this. We need to say, so if I'm in an entry already, if in entry, then we need to close the in entry and say, I'm still in an entry, but now I'm in a new one, right? That's going to be most things. So we need a new entry. So current, how about current entry? Current entry. I have some things I need to spec out here for a second. So we need to go up here and we need to say in entry. Actually, we're going to have in entry all the time. So if there's not a current entry, okay, let's do that. So function new entry. And this is like, I'm using globals and stuff, which I normally wouldn't do. So var current entry equals an entry. Is a pointer to an entry. Actually, I can go ahead and define that, then I don't need to do new entry. Yep, that's what I can do. So the current entry equals a new entry, and an entry is a type. It's a struct. An entry has a header, has a date. No, it has a time. No. Date time. Time. Date time. As a date time, which is a time. It's a time.time. And then what? And then we have, what else do we have? We have the entry, the text, or the markdown, MD, we'll say. So we have the markdown of the text, which is just a big old string. And we have an entry, so a current entry is, we're going to make the current entry, and then we'll just keep logging off the entry. And that'll be, the current entry is one of entry, a reference to one of entry. There. Does any Twitch streamer does, what are you talking about? Do what? Single dolphins go for the capital of American people. Yeah. Never seen the most important thing there. Uh-oh. Either hunt, sleeps, or plays. So I forgot. They do. How are we talking about that? Entries. So entries equals dolphins left this planet. Thanks for all the fish. I think that needs to be a pointer. You're right. All right, so the entry is, so you have multiple entries. A slice of entries. I only need one of these though, and it doesn't need to be a pointer because I'm not gonna have more. So this is a case where I really did need Go because I need some of these structures that are stuff I have in Bash, but would have been a little bit more annoying. So yeah, and then down here we say this. Say okay, if I don't need if entry. I need to say. I don't need to say any of that because we have that already. Don't need to say that either. So I say this. So I have a new one. So that means that I'm going to put the current entry into the entries array. Oh, look at the cute dolphin. So entries. Wait. Entries equals append. Entries entry. Current entry. Current entry. Hey, wow! Fixed my references to me. Yay. And yeah. So that, and then we get a new current entry. So append, not append. And then we get this. We get the new current entry. Make a new one. So the current entry equals a new one. We'll say a new entry. And then what? Current entry dot date time equals t, and that's it. Yep. So yeah, and we get in our for loop down here, and we just print out all the entries. Yep. We can loop through the entries. T entries, and yeah. Uh-oh. Can I use current entry as type pointer entry? Oh, whoopsie. Oh, entries needs to be entry pointers. Yes, of course. All right, so yep, there we go. That doesn't look good. It doesn't look right. I think it's adding to them every time. Yeah, I think it's still in the loop. Wait, I shouldn't be in the loop anymore. For scan. Oh, wait. Yeah. Gosh dang it. No wonder. Alright. What? There we go. That's what I wanted. It really is. Okay, so. And let's change it. So, yeah. And then I just need to loop through the entries and make a path. I've been all over the board, Q. I don't know even what comes out of my head. It just comes out. I can't even, I don't even know where it came from. Entries. So for nothing, comma, entry equals range entries. We shall, what shall we print? Let's print, first, I mean, let's have fun with this. Let's print t dot, about month. Oh, wait, entry, duh. Entry dot datetime dot month. And we get a bunch of months. January, December, November. I'm getting very happy. All right. But we need the month as a date. How do we do that? I have an idea. I wonder. I remember everyone I've ever sold Harry Potter. Curious, because its brother gave you that scar. John Hurt for the win. I wonder if I can do an I. That'll cast it as an integer. Damn it. I'm trial and erroring this. I should probably just look it up. It's not a float. It's not an int. I wonder if I cast it as an int. Can I do that? Oh, no. I don't know. I'm going to have to go look it up. Come on. Yeah, I know. I know this. But it's casting as a string and I want the number. And the first one's going to be a 0, by the way, anyway, so I have to add 1 to it. They're Brexitish. I bet you guys have great accents. That would be fun to hear. All my English friends. My American English. Instead of the English of the realm. The thing that's crazy is that there's so many different variations of the English accents within England. In America, there's lots of different. You can talk like a southerner. There's actually, I've found out that there's actually a difference between a Texas accent and a South Carolina accent. If we spoke like Van Dyke and Poppins. Step in line. Step in line. Do Boston. I can't do Boston. Catch Me If You Can. That movie had what's his face was doing a Boston accent. He did a pretty good job. Peaky Blinders without subs. He gave up. Yeah. Nashville, yeah. True story. Apparently, Utah Valley, Utah is the least noticeable accent in America. That's why they put all the call centers there. Because people can't figure out where they're calling from. They're like, where are you? A true story. Mostly Texas. It's mostly Texas. Yeah. Louisiana. Yeah. Dialects are awesome. Yeah. Cajun speak is cool. Yep. It's wonderful. There's places in Louisiana you'd never understand it. You don't understand English at all. It's just like there's places when you go to Martinique, they're speaking English, but they're speaking Bajan. Bajan is almost indistinguishable from English. When I came off the plane, I couldn't understand anybody. It's just I can't even describe it. I wish I could. I never really got it down. They basically chop all the words off. They only use the first part of the word. Yeah, it's the craziest thing. It's English, basically English Cajun in Barbados. You know. 1:12. Why do I have a 1 there? Oh, because it's a new month. Well, that seems to have worked. So what? Gave you that scar. Damn it. January. Say read Zach. I don't even know what that is. Is that you? Is that how you say your name? I'm gonna make this an int again. An int seems to be very, very, very nice. Very nice. We should put 02. So we should get a nice little path down the middle. I need to make a path here. I should make a path here. An old ad slogan. Did not know that. Is that a British thing? Is that British? Is it British? File path. Dot join. Dot join. I'm going to have to do a sprint up here though, because I want the. Yep. Oh boy, stop yelling at me, Go. I know, Go. Just chill out, would you? Go's trying to. Yeah. Actually, that's the Vim plugin. We got comma here. And then what? File path equals join. We want. How about this? Path equals p equals file path. And then I haven't done that in a while. That got so tired I had to stop doing it. And then if you say and then one more time, I'm gonna come in there. And then. What's that from? You probably don't even know. 20 points. What's that from? P. What are we doing? P here. P. What are we doing at the P? We're printing to P. So, can I read you this funny thing? You love that? Dude, where's my car? I own it. I play that all the time. And then. No, and then. Okay, we'll have the onion rings, and that's it. And then, okay, lady, you're starting to piss me off. We'll have the the fries and the onion rings, and that's all. And then we're gonna pay, and then we're gonna come up there and we're gonna pay, and you're gonna give us your food, and then I'm gonna come in there. No, and then it's one of the best, like, completely random skits ever made. It's so totally random. It's like it has nothing to do with the plot. It's just totally silly. It's like the writers on that one, they really did well. Yeah. Biog. I know. I scared him away with my and then thing. Okay. In 2012, I went on this Celebrity Apprentice with Donald Trump, who has hair that looks like cotton candy made of piss. Before the show was over, I published my previous book, Every Day is an Atheist Holiday, which stated that Donnie's hair looked like cotton candy made of piss. I created the most perfect description of Donald Trump's hair ever given by anyone. Hair like cotton candy made of piss is also a phrase that Trumpy said was the reason for my coming in second a year later on the All-Star Celebrity Apprentice. I love that about Trump. He comes out and admits crazy shit like that. He doesn't pretend he's not being arbitrary or petty. His charm is arbitrary and petty. It's supposed to be my job as a bitter loser to claim that his real reasons were arbitrary and petty, but Trump fucked me on that. He's enough of a real inspired nut that he just says outright what I would have to claim, and after he does all that, all I do is lie more and write that it was just that one joke, which it isn't. Trump is a hero here, and I'm the bitter loser. He just made it easy for me. Part of my final challenge was coming up with an ice cream flavor. If Trump had said that my competitor's ice cream was really better, which it wasn't, I'd have a beef. But nope, he was straightforward and honest, and I'm the weasel. My hair doesn't look like cotton candy made of piss, but it does look like the tail of a pathetic aging roadkill raccoon. And if you said that to me, I wouldn't let you win the game I was running, even if your ice cream made me come. But I wouldn't cop to the real reason like Trump did. Trump was a better man than I, and this is one very specific instance on this one show, on his show with me on that exact day. I'm as aware as everyone else that since that one day with me, there is ample evidence that in general he is at very best the worst person who ever lived. And the best thing about him is that his hair looks like cotton candy is made of piss. Believe me, I'm as horrified as you are. My ice cream was better and my marketing was more successful, but I can be rude, weird, and crazy, I guess I was, so I shouldn't have won. That's fair. But if I'm going to spin that my fat ain't my fault, why not lie and say that Donald Trump's temporary, accidentally brave honesty is petty and arbitrary? I'm on a roll, spinning down a hill with my old dead raccoon tail hair blowing in the wind. She's talking about learning to be honest with yourself. I thought that was funny. House of Cards. Oh my god, I love House of Cards. I freaking love the first season of House of Cards. Is so amazing. I love it. I got so sucked into that show. I really got sucked into that show. I was like, he did not. I'm not spoiling it, dude. I'm like, he so did not. Yes, he did. Yeah, he did. He actually did. No way. He didn't really. Yes, he did. It gives me goosebumps. I'm not going to... Don't you spoil it. If somebody hasn't watched House of Cards, don't you dare spoil it. Wait, here we go. What else we got? I'm missing something here. Oh. I'm missing a comma before a new line list. Or am I? Why am I? I have a quote issue somewhere. That's what's going on. Oh yeah, there we go. All right. What else we got? To do scan lines with standard input. We did that. What I actually want to do is print the year. So let's do that. We're going to say, well, the year should be easy. I really understand why they call it House of Cards. Yes, it is. Wait till you get to the last season, and they actually kick the guy off this TV series because he's a misogynistic asshole. Actually, he's not a misogynistic asshole. He's a guy who raped a guy in real life when he was in his 20s or 30s, and so they kicked him off the show, and they had to still make the show. They don't even describe where he went. It's like, he's gone. Nobody cares. Nobody cares where he went. Which is too bad because he's a great actor, but that would be 2019, people. The year that we thought was the worst year ever before 2020 came along. And now we have 2021, which is really trying hard to top 2020 as the worst year ever. Yeah, it's a completely different show for sure. Yeah, it really is. Yeah, there is. Yep. Yeah. I sometimes wonder about that stuff though. Month, and then we need the day. We need just the day. That's all we need. Actually, I think we need day of month, right? I had to figure out what it's called. I think we have to add a 1 to it. The year is fine. The month day is fine. The day, however, I think has to have... I don't know. We're going to go see. Date, day. The day is an integer specified by T. Maybe it is 1. Yes, it is. Yep. Okay. Cool. So we're gonna find out. Go install. I'll quit you. I don't need you for anymore. Masturbatory note taking. Let's do this. Oh wow! Look at that. One 2013. Why is it doing that thing with the line at the end? Oh, I know why. I know why. Because I put it there. That's why. That's more like it. After I finish this, I'm going to just go to bed, I think. So I can be fresh for my sessions. We don't have any zeros in there, do we? I don't know what's up with this first one. Is that like an empty one or something? Why is that first one all screwed up? Yippers. I don't get why the first one is screwed up. I tell you what. I tell you what. I'm going to print the line here. Let's see. I didn't print it. What the heck? What the heck? What am I doing wrong? What am I doing wrong? What am I doing wrong? FMT, print on. Oh, there we go. do I have this outrageous? It's not matching. It must be the colors. I don't need that. Okay, so append new entry, and then print. Oh wait, we don't need that anymore. And we're going through the entries, and we need to print the line. Let's see. So that prints. Oh, we don't even need that. Or do we? Oh, no. We do that. Okay, so I'm gonna print T. I can never hit that. T plus the P. Fine. Date time. What are you giving me crap? Okay. P. I don't like this. Fine. V. I'll put you here. Now you... Why are you mad at me? Go. Why are you mad at me? There's no need for a comma there. Oh, yes there is. Okay, fine. I take it back. You were right. There we go. So, oh, apparently there's like an empty date one. The very first one. I'm trying to think if that has... Well, let's find out. So if this has... You know, we can do this. We can actually do this. We can do the whole thing. And this over here, we can do entry.text. And we can see exactly what it is. How about that? I can do it right. I'll fill in with the text. Bull crap. Oh, we call it markdown. Ah. So, well, we didn't set any of the text, so that's not set yet. So that's why it's not there. Okay. That makes sense. Well, let's go ahead and add the text then. So we're very close to the end of this. Yeah, we didn't add any of the entries here, so... Alright, so if it is... if we get to here, then... Yeah, we just need to add the text to the thing. So, yep. So, what? That means... I wonder if we should do it as an individual line. We should make it a whole text buffer. We should probably add just a text buffer. Okay, so entry. So current entry dot markdown gets some extra stuff. Gets some text, gets the line plus a bonus, a line return, which I could do as a rune. All right. Cannot use type rune as a string. I knew that. There, much better. But we're not trimming the header, that's why we're getting the extra line. Yep. That's why we're getting the extra line. How's that control key working? I'm not using it. I'm using my normal one. I can't. I'm not. My pinkies aren't tired enough. If I need a control key, I don't need a control key. I'm just gonna use the JK stuff if I use anything. I just can't cure myself of it right now, and I need to be productive. It's more important that I'm productive. Oh, we have 2 entries. We don't need that. So there was a blank line that was automatically added. This looks pretty good. You know what I can do? I can stringify it. You guys want to see something cool about Go? This is so stinking cool. I love it. I love this. This is a really great Go cool thing. So see the string entry struct? Watch carefully. I can do this. I can map a function, give it a receiver of an entry, say E entry. I think it actually has to be, yep, give it a string method, returns a string, and now, yeah, so then I can return sprintf. That's an FMT thing. And yeah, I can return a string that will put, so e.datetime dot format f, and we'll get the format later actually. And then we want the body. So the body will be, kind of need a line here. Yeah, so then we need %v here, and we can put I can put a single hashtag. Yep. And what? And then I can do it works fine, but I just don't like it. And %v is for the body. Yep, see like that? It doesn't work. It doesn't work, dude. I'm telling you, it doesn't work. Oh wait, mine hasn't been mapped anyway. I think I must have lost my mapping. I have to reboot to get everything to take. Anyway, so datetime, and how far are we? Are we off the screen yet? 25? No. Alright, so then we want a body. So e.markdown. Very close to the end. So yeah. There we go. And so yeah. I just need to figure out the format, which I did earlier and threw away. Actually, I think it's in the test code. Yep. She's January 12th. Yep, I actually had it and then I threw it out. Oh, there it is. There it is. Ooh, good. I don't need to redo this. Yay, very nice. All right, so this is the final version I want. I'm going to have is it Mountain Daylight Time? Is it MST, Mountain Standard Time? And then the Unix time, which I don't have. Actually, we'll do that. E.datetime Unix. At that point, I need to put these on their own line, which means I have to put commas after each one. Because that's a thing that's required, which is nice. Bye, Q. All right, so. Yep. And then what? Then we can do this. I can do this. I can do this. V. But by making a string method, hanging a string method off a type, you automatically, if you print it, you get the string. You don't have to do anything else. So anytime it's used in string context, you get this nice pretty string. So yeah. So right down here, if I want to do this, all I need to do for my list here, I can just do this. fmt println. Actually, I can just do print. Yeah, println is fine. And then I want to print the entry. I don't even have to do any other stringification. It just does it automatically. Isn't that cool? That's so cool to me. P declared but not used. Okay, fine. We'll print a P. Print P. Yeah. Actually, let's do this. P equals. Yeah, we're going to put our README here. So that's the actual. No, I don't want that. I don't want that. You know why? Because that's the final version. So P. So README equals. Join. I'm going to join the path with the string readme.md. Use backticks or double but not single. Those are for runes. And print the readme. So this is the file I'll be eventually writing to. So I've almost got the whole code done here. And then what? It has to be a function signature. Yeah, it has to implement the method it's called. So there we go. So that's going to be Monday. That would be a broken one. And then we have, this is where it would write this one. And that's the new dates timestamp it would give it. Eastern Standard Time. And, we got an extra line there. I'm going to get rid of that line. We don't need this. Because that already has a blank line in it. And if there's no time, we want to skip it. So has prefix blah. I think that we already have an entry in there. That's the problem. Yeah, I do have more than one entry per day. Yep, but that's we're gonna append it. I just wanted to print them out for now. But yeah, if it's equal, if it's not new, it's gonna write it to the same file, right? In fact, we don't even have to do anything with that. We just have to append to that file, and it will make a new file if it doesn't exist. So that's what's gonna happen here. I do need to get rid of that ugly one though. Drive me nuts. It makes me feel like I think there's an entry in here that doesn't deserve to be here. If that makes sense. You know what? I can just, it's just a one-off, so I really don't care. I can do this. It's such a cheat. This is a real cheat, but I'm going to do this. I'm going to just do entries. I'm going to chop the first one off. I know. I don't care. It's a glorified shell script. This is why I love Go. It's like, it complements Bash really well. It's like when you need more stuff than that. So 113 readme, this file gets this line. And I'm going to have to sort. Yep. I'm going to have to sort everything by day. Yep. Have to sort it by day. The reason for that is because I'm going to be appending. This is a problem I have is like, you know what? I think if it's a single day, then going to the bottom of the day is fine. Yeah, I'm still alive. Hi, Sockfish. It's probably time for me to go pretty soon, though. Oh, my face is so red compared to my hands. It's because I don't know why. It's like I have. Do you guys make a lot of oil? My face makes oil and it causes my skin to get irritated because I'm like really pH high acidic guy, probably from the coffee. Probably just because that runs high in my family. Yeah, we're still code here. So lots of code, lots of beautiful code. So when you guys read a log, do you expect the most recent stuff at the top or at the bottom? At the bottom, right? So yeah. So I need to sort. Okay, so my problem with that up until now is because I had this big file, right? So when people go to the web page, they have to scroll all the way to the bottom. For a long time, I had a link says latest, and it would jump you to the bottom. I had JavaScript, which would jump you to the bottom after the whole thing loaded. But it would take a while to load because it was a year-long file. So now that I'm breaking all the files down into separate day files, I think jumping to the bottom is totally fine. And yeah, I prefer logs in reverse order. And so the latest stuff is at the top. And I'm kind of debating right now whether to make the stuff at the top or the bottom. I don't know. I think I don't know. If it's online, you'd rather be at the top? Yeah. No, this is, well, yeah, it's the design, yeah. If it's instructions, your normal order. Yeah, no, this is literally just a log of things I thought during the day, right? And I'm going to use an iframe on the main page to pull in the current day's file. And then that's going to show that day's file, but then nobody will link to it. If they link to it, they should be linking to the other page. So that's that. Well, yeah, that's for sure if it's instructions. I'm just trying to think if they link to. I would try. A lot of this is around the fact that when people go to my robs.io or my notes or something, I want them to just see the notes so that they can see the latest thing by just looking at that. They don't have to just click anywhere. But you sacrifice sustainable linking to do that, because if you do that, people are going to look at it like, oh, this is awesome, I want to link to it, and so they will create a localized link to that thing, but that thing is going to go away when you rotate your logs. It's a real problem. If you look anywhere all over the internet, it's just totally screwed up. Everybody does it differently. And you can't create a reliable log, a reliable link to anything. And so the closest thing you have is you have people that have like, directories, like they organize directories to the left or the right of the main section of the web page, and they click on that, and that takes them to that log entry. But for the viewer, that means like 2 or 3 steps to get to the actual current post. And what I'm thinking of doing is actually using JavaScript to dynamically load. So if they're on links, they don't care about navigating to the actual thing. It's actually really fast, so I'm fine. If they have web enabled, if they have JavaScript web enabled stuff for the blog, so the default without JavaScript would be you have to click here and click here, so it's like 2 links away. But if they have JavaScript involved, then when they go to that page, it'll redirect them to the page that is the current one. Page be useful for older log references. Yeah, I thought about doing that, but the only problem with that is that the people want to link to your stuff currently. I think, honestly, so I think the answer is redirecting people to the current day. I think that is the right answer, because then the thing that they are reading is the thing that they can reliably link to and will never move. You know what I mean? So I think the secret is redirection. I think that's the secret, because that'll save them the links, and it'll happen fast enough that you know, if you do a temporary redirect, they should be fine on that. But it's annoying because it's going to take. So I thought about putting it in an iframe. The problem with an iframe is that it'll display the logs, but they can't link to them. And if they try to link to them, it'll be like linking to the wrong thing. Or would it? So I want to look at the iframe thing, and I want to look at the redirect thing, and I want to look at the archive log listing on the right or the left hand of the page. All of those combined, so people can access it. Also, I want to think about mobile, right? I don't want to. One of the biggest annoyances with like WordPress site on mobile is that all the little things that show all the archives are really hard to click on because they're they're smaller than a finger. So you know, it's kind of annoying. I would rather have like drill down kind of stuff, even if it means, because these are all really tiny files. They're not big files, so or it's just text or like divs. Yeah. Well, everything so far is just text. So, but another idea of this is that you would have pictures on there. So, yeah. When it comes to navigating, I think though that when you end up landing on the page for the day, that you're expecting this stuff for the day to be at the top of the screen, and for that reason, I think I'm going to use reverse order, which means it saves me work. I don't have to do anything here, right? Because that's why I went through that thought process, because this is already organized that way. So I just have to append these to the given file and say, you know, write it to the end of that file, write it to the end of that file. So we're actually about done here. I'm almost done with this whole thing. Ooh, I have a big problem though. Oh, I'm glad I caught that. So we need, if we're in code, we still need to add it to the entry to the logs, even if we don't do anything with it. So entries will append entries line, and that line has a line return at the end, so it should be fine. Entries and divs, you can reverse the order. Yeah. And another thing, Sackfish, is that the entries are for a day, so that's not like you're resorting for a whole year. So this should be, actually, that's something you could set as a parameter on the whole website. And so if somebody, you get like whether they want dark mode or not on the website. Yep. So that's all JavaScriptable. So that's cool. I think we're good to go on that. So append entries, no matter what. You know what? Every single thing is going to get appended. So I can put that up here. Get rid of that problem right away. Wait. Yeah. No, 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 no. That's the, that's not right. This is, current entry. Where is it? This thing right here. No, 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 no. This is a bad thing. All right, so what do we got here? Markdown. So what? We got the lines being added. If we have a date time, we're making a new entry, but we're still adding the line. No, we want to, in this particular case, we don't want to add the line. Right, that's good, 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 good. Okay, so we don't want to add like that, but if we're in a code block, we still want to add a line. Yep. We're going to add the line here for sure. And I think we're also going to add the line if it is a code block beginning and ending line too. Yep. Yep. That was a little bit of a bug. Because I was keeping out all of the entries that had code in them. How's it going, Peter? So far I don't have anything with it though. Let me see if I can find it. I don't do bash completions. I build code that has bash completions built into it usually. If you have to add bash completions, I put it in my .bash underscore completions folder in my home directory. Oh, look, there we go. So we still have the code. Yay. That's what I was looking for. I think we're ready to write this now. So we're very close to being done, this particular little project. And yep. Looks nice and happy. Did I do them that way? I guess I must have. There's my fonts. Yeah, so far so good. Everything looks good. Dead Poet Society. Yeah. Yippers. Oh. Something I just noticed is we're doing headers. We don't want that. We just want second level headers. It is a great movie. It's one of my top 5. I love that show. Love, love, love. Love, 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 love it. I love it. It's really sad. It's a perfect example of Aristotelian tragedy, which is supposedly better than comedy. You should. Yeah, right, whatever. Yep, there's like, it goes fun for these little things. Shell is perfectly fine as well, but yeah, I think I'm ready to actually do this and do the date creation. Oh, Captain, my Captain. The greatest honor ever given to a person. I still need, there's a documentary coming out about Robin Williams, and he had a really amazing ability to survive what would have destroyed anybody else's brain. The fact that he lived as long as he did, they're saying it was a miracle he lived that long. His brain was so powerful that he lived through having that brain be filled with lesions. How's it going, Kimji? How do you say that? Kimixy? It's just, I'm so glad that I didn't get into Kamikaze. Okay, well, yeah. I'm just so glad that I didn't prejudge him before I understood what actually happened to his brain. It's just crazy. It's actually what he ended up going through proves he was like amazing to the end. Yeah, right. Of course he did to get it to fit. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, you can. Yeah. Some movie where they showed his butt. Was it? I had to have been. I think that was Good Morning Vietnam, right? It wasn't Mrs. Doubtfire. Mrs. Doubtfire. Mrs. Doubtfire. Oh. Oh no, child. Oh no, child. I wouldn't dream of it. What is? I don't know that one at all. There's some movies of his I haven't watched. Some of his dramatic ones I couldn't watch them. Yeah, Patch Adams is like one of my favorite all times as well. He's really good in that too. He's good in all of them. I think we're ready, man. I just need to render it now. And then I can always redo it if I need to. Patch Adams, is that the one where he had a naked bum? Yeah. I think it might have been. Oh, 2020. I don't want to hurt it, so. All right, boys and girls, here we go. I'm gonna run it. I gotta start generating folders or directories, whatever you want to call them. I don't like that everybody calls them folders, but it's more memorable. So, for F entry. So in the code block, that's a prefix. You know what? That's a good idea. Let's do a working commit. Working commit before log chop. Good idea. It's just one extra save there, so people are not going to freak out. Yep. Might as well go check it out. Vim. Yep, so here it is right here. Slash rwxrob. So you just make a repo that's the same name as your account, and that becomes your default README. 100 gigabytes. Yeah, I don't use anything but text in here. Very rarely I'll put a raster image in here. So that's the thing with me. Most of my notes don't have images in them. I mean, you could probably put large file support on here, but you do make a good point. I mean, if it's going to be your like life's work and your life's knowledge base, you're going to want pictures in there at some point, right? I don't know. That brings up a good question though. Video edits and pics. I would never ever put video edits in my knowledge base. The point of the knowledge base is to be able to share written knowledge that's searchable really quickly. And at one point I thought having pictures in it would be fine because they would travel with the application, right? But I'm to the point now where I don't even do that. In fact, if I almost feel like because of the size limitation, yeah, if I make a video series, it's not going on GitHub at all, right? Commit your videos, right? No, I would never do that. See, that's kind of the problem with Git. I mean, it goes for web development too, right? Like if you follow the Jamstack, you're just pushing text, but if you're going to have any video content, you almost always need to link to it because it will blow up. It will blow up any kind of get synchronization for the website. You can have a few images in there, right, of certain size, but if we're talking about like a long-term knowledge base that has all the notes you've ever made and all the little, you know, pictures that go with it, yeah, I would never commit videos. But you do raise a good question though, because having a few raster and SVG images is not that bad. More than enough. Yeah. I think 100 gig is fine. Text basic image. So when I first did the Essential Web, I actually made myself, I wrote up the spec for myself and others who want to do it, and it limited all images to 800 by 600 for that reason. And I think that's fine. I mean, we're talking about a knowledge base here. We're not talking about something that's going to be, you know, if you need an image at all, it's just a basic illustration. It's not, this is not designed to be a big fancy website. It's designed to be a knowledge base that has informational graphics in it. You know what I'm saying? So, and SVGs, of course, are even smaller than that. My first version in the Essential Web did not allow for SVGs because it overcomplicated the requirements to display it. Because raster images are much, much easier to display. I don't even think GitHub does SVGs, does it? Does it? I need to check that. I don't think that they do. They don't think they display SVGs in the README files. I think they might. Has they changed that? I should look that up. I think there was a ticket open for this once upon a time. Easily rendering SVGs. Can be included without consideration. What does that mean? I don't know if I believe that. You can't put SVGs in the default README. If they added SVG support to the README, then that is definitely the way to go. I need to test that. I don't know how to test that. What do I have this in SVG? I probably have an SVG somewhere. I have tons of SVGs, but I just don't. I want to get one quickly to test it with. I know I could just do a remote include. GitLab SVG works, yeah. Yeah. Actually, I need to go, guys. I'm getting tired. I'm losing my mind. Let's do this rendering and then let's look at the SVG question, because I want to do that for sure, but I'm getting distracted. So, all right. So this main is gonna. First thing we're gonna do, so we have the time. When we loop through the entries, we're gonna say, make me a path, and println readme. Print the entry. All right, so don't need that anymore. Golang open file. I think it's open for append. I mean, buff.io append. There's like a bunch of them. It doesn't allow SVG, right? I'm almost positive that it doesn't. But there's been talk about doing it because SVG is insecure. Yes, I need to test that. But let's see. OS open file for append. Yep. Append to existing file. Rewrite. Only 644. Yep. You need them all though. I need to create 2 in case the file isn't there. So this is a good one to use right here. So I thought there was like a quick one, but I guess not. So VI OS open file. That gives us a file and an error. We have error already defined. Yep. Oh wait, that's inside of there, so that's good. And we have to defer the open on this. Nah, I'm not. This is just a thing. We need to do a, yeah, thanks guys. If error, all right, so then we have a file open, and then we do F, actually no, we need to do readme here, and it should create the parent directories for us actually. So let's try that, and then we should do an fprintf. Fprint to file, and that should do it. It's a little scary, but yeah. Okay. There's a second parameter on open file. I think it's going to fail because it's not going to. I think I still need to do a make parent directory, the recursive thing that creates all the parent folders. I think I still need to do that. But I'm curious to see if open file does it. I doubt it will, but we're about to find out. Yeah, those are just flags. Yeah. Yep. Chop up. Chop me up. No such file or directory because I need to make it. Thought so. I said that. Alright, so that's just an extra step. So that's why we did the directory separate from the file. So then we need to do this. We need to do, it's an os.makeParent, I think. Lang make dir with the parent. I don't want an example. I don't want that. Oh, it's package OS. Package OS, I remember it's package OS. It's got a nice one though. Make directory all, there we go. And tells you the perms. 755 on that. Right, 0755. Boom, boom, boom. Do. OS make directory P and OS mod perm. Why does it do that? Oh, it's the type. So this needs to be 0, 755. And I'm just ignoring the error. Do. It's just the type. That was fast. Did you see how fast that was? Did you see how fast that was? Good old Go, man. That is insane. 10, 11, 12. Apparently I started in February. 3. It's just a bunch of text manipulation, so it should be fast, right? God damn. And if I had to do that by hand, I would still be writing code. This is why I love Go. It's a good pairing with Bash. That would have been pretty damn hard to do in Bash. We did it. It's done, Cypher. We did it already. Yep. I'll never use Bash again. I love Bash. There's our old one that didn't have a problem. Shop at main. So wait, did we get everything here? This includes 2021. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8. Holy cow. Let's take a look at that, shall we? So, oh wow, it even made a 2021 directory. Ooh. It did. It made a 2021 directory. 2A video conferencing app. You could. A terminal UI video call. Yeah, it could do RTMP streams and do all that. That would be fun. Fun to play with. RTMP is so cool. I really want to get into the protocol more because there's so many things you can do with it. Oh man, look at how pretty. Very pretty. I love it when code works. I love it when coding works. Wait. Did I have more than one entry for this day? I did append, did I not? That's the real thing we have to find out now, is if I have more than one entry, right? So, did I have more than one entry on the 12th? Yes, I did. Yes, I did. My code works. My code worked. I hate coding. I hate coding. I hate coding. My code works. I love coding. That's a bumper sticker. Don't buy it though. It's a total. Hey, look, my vomit worked too. And my timestamps. Oh, I'm so happy. Very, very happy. This is a happy day. Yeah, I'm okay. The only other well, I know it's gonna work because now it's just a matter of finding other stuff. All right, so let's. I mean, what was in 2020? Let me go to make sure that that matches. We had 2.8, so 2. Let's see, 0208. Wait, there is no 0208. What the heck? What the heck? 0208. Read me. Why is that not there? Why is there no 08? Did I just make that date up? I'm worried. I think I changed this date. Need to keep status line in its own file. All right, let's do this. Let's do grep. Wait. Grep-r. That's not good. See you guys. I do want the ugly timestamps because I want to be able to pull them out and have a reliable date time. Somebody wants to parse my stuff. Because if somebody's in, France and they want to have date stamps that work, I do want them. I don't know. That's one of the reasons I'm curious. I know. I don't think we're ready to call it a success yet. We're getting there, though. Wait. Not happy by this. I'm baffled. I'm kerfuzzled. Been a while since I've used IRC. How about that? This is playing. It looks like it was original. Oh, you know what it was? I took it out of the original file. That's why. Yeah, that's what's going on. No, it's not the 808 thing. It's because I took it out on purpose to do it by hand. So we're not in trouble. It's fine. Those were the first entries. Yep. No, I did that on purpose. I was trying to model what I wanted it to look like, and I forgot that I moved those entries over by hand. So that means that I should not have any 2020-02 stuff at all, or for those dates anyway. Let's go check. So 10. So 8 was the first one. Yeah, that makes sense. So 2020 old. In fact, I think 8 was the only one, right? Yep. All right, so that's easy enough to fix. Thank God. That means it worked. All right, I'm very happy. So let's put that into 2020/02, and we should be good. Nothing in there. Nope. Making sure I do the right thing here. Nice. I'm going to keep the old one around for a while, in case I make a mistake. Chop me up goes into .backup, and move chop up, move that into backup as well. So this is what I want it to look like. Screen key? Yeah. That's a program called Screen Key. I have mine just configured to do that. You need to make sure you turn it off if you're doing password stuff, right? And that's just, if you push both the control keys, then it won't do it anymore. You just put it back on and it'll come back. If I can do it. There we go. Look, I know it's a Python tool. I'm not going to judge it. I don't know if I want to do keyframes or not. I'm going to get rid of that comment there. I'm going to do 2021. 2021. I've been wanting to make a Golang alternative a lot. To a lot of things. There's lots of things that I want Golang alternatives to. Browser sync is the one, a JavaScript alternative I want to have too. For those. Yeah. Yeah. I think there needs to be a Golang alternative, because then you don't need to download Python and all that jazz. I didn't have Python installed on my system until 2 days ago at all. Yep. Screen key. This is utter unfiltered Rob, a stream of unedited consciousness that satisfies my OCD masturbatory urges to write and remember everything that enters my mind. Well, almost everything. Don't expect professional prose, nor blame me for my personal opinions. Nothing expressed here represents anyone or anything other than my own neurotic self. No. It has Python in it, but it's if I tried Python from the command line before a couple days ago, it wouldn't find it. Yeah, if I typed, I had to install it. Before then, it was using a Python that was not in there in the right place. Yeah. Yep. I don't understand fully why that is, but it was not usable by the end user. I had to actually do an apt install Python. Yeah. Oopsie. I hate that everybody has a different version of this. Yep, that's the one built in. I wonder if it was, that's the reason. That makes sense. Yeah. It was, what was the tool I was using that you needed it? There's a tool I had that needed it. Where's Python? Well, yeah, I know that. You want to use which Python, actually, probably. Yeah. So type Python. Here's been Python. Who is Python? My project's done. I'm super happy. This little script, this little Golang script essentially that I wrote, that's going to make my life much easier. This is about Python. Yeah, I like Python too, except for when I don't. So that's about it. Or should I like different? Well, of course they are. They are different languages, which is why it's so silly. Did you see that Twitter post? So freaking stupid. I'm so done with blogs from people who don't know what they're talking about, and then they're trying to make money on it. Come to us because we're the authority on languages that you should learn in 2021. So we will have you. He tried to delete this status. Yep. Anyway. Here's our authority on what you should learn in 2021. Except it doesn't exist. Seriously. #1 best programming language. Top the list. Learn Python in 2021. But make sure you learn Python 2 with smart quotes. The level of stupidity for the sake of making money in these job posts. I won't even embarrass them by saying who it was, but you can go there and find out. It's like so stupid. Competent person. Yeah. It's like every time I get worried about, I get imposter syndrome about going for a given job or leadership position or something like that. I read that stuff and I'm like, oh, I'm going to be fine. I want to harm. Now that you have it, yeah. You're working on machine learning and there's like so many bad bloggers out there. Part of the problem is that they can't update their stuff. So I have a lot of old stuff that's written out there. And so the MemWorks Knowledge Manager I'm making, one of the things about knowledge nodes you can do is you can set their expiration by default. So when they expire, you get notified saying, this data in your knowledge node is going to expire unless you let me know that you don't want it to expire. And then the data that you write is, unless you have like a historical archive or a log that you want to keep old data in, any of the fresh stuff that you've written, like information about the best editors to use or something like that, it forces you to look at it like having a domain expire. And then you'll have to go back and say, oh, this write-up about Vim is no longer accurate. I need to fix this, or I need to prolong its expiration date. Because the biggest problem with the internet is expired, outdated data. Single biggest problem. And I want to take that on head on, at least in the knowledge that I have out there. Because if I don't have time to fix something that's been outdated and I want to let it expire, I would rather do that than mislead someone and tell them that they should go use GitLab instead of GitHub. Because that's an old opinion I have, and I want to let that stuff expire. And it might pull up, and I don't want to spend all the time to go back. That's actually a problem I have. It's one of the main reasons I centralize all my stuff on YouTube, all my videos, because I need to go back and say, no, this video is completely out of date. I need to just delete it. And the problem with that is I can't synchronize that with some kind of system for updating, for expiring my data in my blog or my writing. So I want to do that same sort of thing with my YouTube videos. I could make an external system that, it plugs into because you can delete videos from a thing. That's what I need to do, actually. I need to make a note about that. Oh, now I can do all of my magic. What's today? 13th? It's the 13th. So... Uh-oh. I need to fix my hnow command. I really do. I might have to turn my hnow command into an actual command, like a Go program, because I don't like this leader here. I'm going to have to do that right now, because otherwise my stuff's going to be out of whack. I need to do that right now. After I go to use the restroom. God damn it. Gosh, damn. You guys are so good for reminding me. You know, I'm glad I remembered to mute. I because before I would forget to mute and everybody would hear everything. So it's better to remember to mute and not to unmute, right? This is a thing that I have here. Now is just gives you the date, sloppy date, because it's using the date command, and the date command has trouble because it can't. It's gonna white space pad the thing. So there's a part of me that is inclined to replace this with the Go version, which is really easy to make, but I want to make sure that's not required. So yeah, so if I type now, you get that. H now says to print out wait. Oh, this is the default is 2, so it does 2 by default, which gives you, so that echoes. Is that echoing at space as well? I think it is. I'm pretty sure it is. Is that it? That's been the problem the whole time. Oh my god. Why is that one got the space problem there? What's L doing? Mandate. L. Where's the format? Here we go. I think L has, oh, it's space padded. Space padded, same as I. I don't want space padding. I don't want a 0 either. I think the space padding is going to work because it gets combined, and that causes it to, that's why it's working. Yep, I'm pretty sure, because it gets, so now gets dumped out, and so echo does the arguments, and it puts all the arguments together and does equalized spacing between the three. So that's what's going on. That is exactly what's happening, because if I do, so if I do now, right now, I get the extra space, but if I do H now, because it's being passed to echo, it's fixing the problem, which I could probably fix in the now program by, this is a total hack, but if I do this, this is, again, this is all hacky, but if we do this, if I do echo that, watch, this will work. I almost guarantee if I don't put quotes around it, yep, that was easy. Because why? Because it reads it, it's one of those weird things where echo reads each argument separately, and because it passes them, it doesn't care about white space, so it gets rid of the extra white space. So that fixes that problem. So that problem is gone. So yeah. I have stuff at the end of my echo. I don't want that. I do have an extra space there. Well, those can die. All right. Bug fixes or spaces in H now and now. Experiment with Swig for Go? I have not. I've heard of it roughly. I don't remember what it is though. University handbooks is the way to go. Yeah, I have a feeling that's one of the things a good degree would get you better. Although I hear, and I've never used it, I hear that Google has some pretty good online courses for data science that are free. Oh, C++ libraries? No, I would never do that. I don't necessarily need that stuff, to tell you the truth. Yeah, here we go. So, what was I even taking notes on? I was like, God damn it. Oh, wait. We need to add some more stuff to it, though. I went to go take a note on something, and then I forgot. This is why I have notes in a log. Because my memory sucks. I'm very absent-minded. I'm like absent-minded professor dude. Because I can't remember stuff. I can have good thoughts, but I can't remember the good thoughts. True story. It's like my Dungeons and Dragons character is like got higher score in this than that. So I have to deal with it. I need, well, let's go back and fix this. So I'm going to make HNow compatible. I'm going to put this here. I think this is S actually. Yep, that's it. Java Micro Edition. Wow. You think about the data science, machine learning, and all the math stuff wasn't outdated. Yeah. There's, yeah, a lot of stuff is outdated, right? It depends on what you're going to go for. I have a feeling that like computer engineering would be pretty relatively up to date as well. Yeah. C are fine. I mean, that's fine. I would rather do C. I don't like C++. The STL turned me off permanently. I hate it. I heard Ian Taylor refer to it. I watched the whole generics thing, by the way. I ranted pretty heavily against generics yesterday, and I went through and watched Ian Taylor's presentation 2019 for generics, and I read Rob Pike's interview regarding generics and some of the stuff in the future, and I'm willing to give it a shot, but I just don't think, I don't know. I don't know. Go's got to have generics because all the other languages have generics, and therefore it's going to get forced on everybody. But so, yeah, so I find it slow, not for parallel for Python. Yeah, so Go was literally created for native concurrency, and it continues to be its strong suit. So. So here we go. So I can do HNow. Oh, I need Eastern in there. Damn it. We learned that lesson the hard way, right? We need the time zone. What is it? Is it T? For math people, yeah, yeah. Yippers, oh, come on. Times, the numeric time zone, no alphanumeric %Z. %Z. That's what I want. That's a big old long date stamp, but I don't care. Sue me. That's why it's a log. I don't have to put another title in there in addition to the readable name. Yeah, that would be tough. Time for me to leave. I'm almost done here. I've been coding since 2. So what is that? 6 hours? But I've got a lot done today. I feel like I got a lot done. And got to talk with y'all. Looks like it's 8 o'clock on the dot. Time for me to go to bed. Yeah. Yeah, it's early morning for me too. It's 8 a.m. according to my clock, but my internal clock is totally different. So 1400. Wow. Yeah, everybody's at different times. I'm legitimately gonna get like a wall of clocks or put a TV up that's got that constantly running because I have a real need for it actually. Yeah, I mean, there's lots of good reasons to do that. Yay, team. 801. Finished the chop me. We're converting my year of log posts into a directory tree organized by year, month and day with entries in the README files of the day. So now I can perhaps most notably I learned a lot about the preferred date and time stamp heading that will allow the most flexibility and sustainability. For example, I added the Unix time in seconds because the language, the natural language of the heading might is locale dependent, depends on the locale. This way people can mine that information directly just by reading the heading. I am late. Yep, sorry, NYA. Yeah, I'm just about to leave. Sorry, it's good to see you. So I'm gonna go ahead and save all this. I'm gonna save and say log conversion into year, month, day complete. And so if anybody wants to peek at that, go back over here. I'll go back to my rwxrob page. There we go. And I need to make a link to it. I don't have one right now. Oh, there I do. Yes. Personal log. Ooh. There we go. So 2021 personal log and notes. This is unfiltered Rob, a stream of blah, blah, blah. 2021 01 13, day 13, which is today. There we go. Wednesday. Now, this is cool. So you can click on this. This is why I did this, guys. You can click on this and you can get a direct link forever to this entry, to this specific entry, even if it moves down on the page. That's why I did this, because I don't want to have people looking all over for links. I hate when people break links on their pages to my stuff. That's like, you know, it goes against the nature of the web, and particularly in a knowledge base. You want to be able to link to certain people's findings and their work. And if they are constantly moving it around, it's like a moving target. It defeats the original purpose of the web, which was, you know, to collaborate at CERN about data that had been discovered by scientists. If they were constantly moving this stuff around and changing the URLs, it would defeat the whole purpose. So, so that's why I'm into this. So yeah, nice. I am so happy. Anybody who's interested in reading that code, the code is in here, of course. Also, link on peganagrammar.peg is broke. I know, I just busted it. I did. I broke it. There's so many things I'm in the middle of moving and migrating right now. Yeah, I'm spending all my time fixing everything to move stuff around. So yeah, if you go to if you go directly to the, if you want to get this to stuff, returns a raw version of that fire. Yeah, dude, I know. I thank you for reminding me, but I need to go through the whole thing. If you go to pagan/spec on GitHub, you can get the raw version without the website version, and you can look at that. It's right here. So that's the main version for now, and I'm in the middle of migrating between GitLab and GitHub and all this stuff. There's a lot of stuff going on there. Yep. Masterblob, mastergrammar.pagan. Open link. Yep. Yep, that's the one. I mean, yeah, I should, there's, yeah. As soon as I wake up. I'll fix. Pagan is my major pet project. So, dude, do you have any pages I have live that are totally screwed up right now? This is an ever-going problem because every single thing I have is live. So, like, watch. Here's my main site for robs.io. Totally bork, no styles. Right? I am in the middle of migrating everything. So, let me see. Pagan. I mean, if it's an easy fix, I can throw it together really quick. So Pagan, this one, the spec link, yeah, those are all busted. Let me just fix that really quick. So Pagan, which one are you looking at anyway? You're looking at the style is a style. It's because I moved everything. I'm moving it off GitLab. This stuff is, oh, this is all in doc now. That's why. So yeah, I need to fix this. Yeah, the doc is the home page, so that's the problem. Oops, didn't mean to do that. Doc. Assets. Templates. This base template is undergoing revision, so that's why I'm having a problem with it. Why am I moving off GitLab? Good question. Go watch that video. It's like 2-hour explanation. Mostly because it's dropping the ball. GitHub is, it doesn't make me happy to report that, but GitHub is destroying them on every front. So Viewport. Let's see what I got here. I don't. It doesn't give me any pleasure to say that. I did a whole video on why you should use GitHub instead of GitLab instead of GitHub, like at the beginning of the year, and then I changed my mind. You don't like how you can't directly message people on YouTube or GitHub? Wouldn't that be cool if you could? You can with IRC, and they'll get it when they log in. How cool is that? Another reason that we're on IRC, people, in case you're wondering. That reminds me, I need to check in with our YouTube and Twitch people. We haven't had a moderator over there. People are probably wondering what's going on. Actually, a feature. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of things that are better on GitHub. Does it give me pleasure to say it? No. It's just the truth. So, I feel like there's a problem though going on. That's not a thing yet. I need to. I gotta delete this Golang reference for now. That's gonna get us in trouble. The pagan grammars that hasn't been put over there either. I'm just gonna have the spec listed and we'll call it a day. What is this? I have a Twitch link? I don't even know why that's there. I mean... I mean, this whole thing needs to be fixed. Spamming on issues already? What are they spamming on? Put my email again. Oh. This has so many problems, but that's fine. We're gonna go through. I need to make sure there's no GitLab references though. Crap. Yeah, it's just an example, so that one's fine. Why is it still finding it? Oh. That's it. Where's the contributing go? GitLab. That's fine. That's where it came from, so. Grep GitLab. There is no GitLab. There is only Zool. I thought I fixed that. Wait, do we have an assets file still? I swear to God, I just fixed that. Templates. Top. I don't see a GitLab here. That must have been in the Git repo. Yeah. That's all I'm gonna say. Is that in the Git repo? No. Everything talking about the rest of this. Wait. Where is that? HTML. Is it file? Nope. Email address on the profile page is enough. Yes. Integrated chat. Did they add integrated chat? I don't know if I like that. Did GitHub add integrated chat? Yep. I think we need top. I still think there's some GitLab in here somewhere. GitHub lab. Oh, whoa, boom. How did you make it in there? I changed you. All right, so bottom. Creative Commons. Main. There's nothing in here. Yep. Can be. Wait. Can build. Rendered one node. Links index.html. Git creator takes you to my page there. GitHub takes you to GitHub. Pagan projects. Wait, where are they? Organization has no public members. Oh, there's the spec. Okay. And then the spec. I should probably put specification. 'Cause reasons. Oh, God damn it. Specification, can build. And we'll go. Don't have time for a website. I don't know what that means. Pagan spec. There we go. All right, so we're good to go. Well, the important stuff is getting a job. I have a job. Don't make the mistake. Getting a job that the capitalistic society decides is good enough to get me a COVID vaccination, because you can't get it unless you have an insurance company. True story. So the many reasons that I have to comply with capitalist priorities and work for one of the approved corporations in our world, in our country, in order to survive. So because working on your own and being a profitable, independent entrepreneur is certainly not rewarded in America. It's punished. Used to be like getting punished for being married. Single people pay less taxes than married people. It's just, I'm not going to talk about it anymore. I'm not going to talk about it anymore. That's my priority. That's why I don't have time. The reason I don't have time is I got to get my personal portfolio up to date, which means I got to get my robs.io file working and stuff, so I can start submitting CVs out there to people and start getting one of the traditional capitalistic jobs so that I can survive the COVID epidemic and buy a nice cozy home for my family, because I can't get a mortgage. Because why? Even though I make plenty of money, not tons of money, but enough money to get a mortgage, I can't get a mortgage because my job, even though I've had it for 8 years, doesn't qualify for mortgages. Because it's not one of the approved jobs that the capitalists have decided is the thing you need to be doing. I'm just so fucking tired of it. But I have to comply, which means the new priority for me is to get a job in America that matches with the system. And that's usually one that the venture capitalists have decided matters. So if you're really good and you bow down, which is, a nice way to say it, to the capitalist overlords, and it sounds really communist for me to say it, but it's true. I'm not a communist, but the idea that I have to work for one of the approved companies in order to survive in America just really pisses me off. because in one out of one side of their mouth they're saying, oh, we need to build the middle class and lower, you know, the lower and innovation, all that shit, and then the other side, nobody gets any venture capital unless you bow down and do what they say, which means making absolutely shitty social applications that engineer everybody's privacy to the tune of a lot of billions of dollars, and we'll pay you, but we're not going to pay people who actually teach our children or help improve our economy by building skills. There, that's my rant. And it is sad. It's a disaster. Lucky that I do what I really love by the banks. Yeah. Yep. People love that. What's really bad is that at least I work in tech, thank God, right? If there are so many careers that are legitimately valuable to our society that are not paid well. Our society has decided certain people deserve more money than other people, and the priorities of those decisions is completely screwed up. Take for example the average income of a professional sports star or an influencer compared to, you know, any teacher in the public system, or, you know, it's just, the whole system's just a mess. Yeah, original peg lacks specificity. Yeah, this is my thing here. So this is all working. Time for me to go away. I'm getting grumpy. That means I'm hungry and tired. So it's time for me to sign off. Let me just say this. Let me make sure I save this version. So save fixes to broken links. Hangry. Yeah. For migration. And so there you go. Please let me know if that fixes the problem. It definitely should. Let me make sure it does. So let's go to pagan.dev. Make sure that fixes all our problems. Yep. So there you go. NYA. Looks like it worked. So that's all fixed up. Those links are all working now. Those are all live. Hot take, use private version control. Yeah. Why not? You can. Yep. What about grammar.pagan? Is there a link to grammar.pagan? Where is that? Is there a link to? Oh, thank you for showing me that. It's a link? Well, I would have missed that one. Thank you for showing me that. Grammar.pagan. Yeah, that's a bad link. Oh gosh, yes. You're right. That needs to be, do you have that link with you still? Can you post that link again? The hard link? Do you still have the hard link to that? It's HTTP something, right? Anyway, I guess I can go find it. It's not too hard. I'll go look it up. Right, I know, but I know what you're talking about. So, actually, you know what I should do? There should not be a grammar link in there at all. That's a bad idea. Oh, there we go. Thank you very much for that. I'll just put that in and we'll call it a day. Because that's the main one, right? Thank you so much for finding that. You know what? I'm gonna run Muffet on this. Do you guys know about Muffet? You know about Muffet? Anybody here use Muffet before? Super cool. Oh, that's not the raw file? Yeah, let's do the raw file link. That's better. I already saved the other one, but whatever. The donation system I have is Patreon. Yep. If you want to donate to Patreon, that would be really great. Appreciate that. That's the only way I have Bitcoin as well, but I'm not really using that very much. PayPal, it's on my YouTube. If you go to rwxrob.live, it has a link to donations or sponsor or something, support, and you can click on any one of those. I have a whole bunch of them you can use if you want to use a different one. Patreon is probably the easiest way for most people, but rwxrob.live. So yeah, if you go to, and then I think it might be actually support. Let me check. Yep, there's the different ways. I have, yeah, so if those are, thanks for that. And nice, thank you very much. So let's I think we might be good to go. So let's build this, and then I want to do Muffet. So Muffet, I don't think it's actually even on right now. Yep. I think I have to go download it. Uh-oh. Alright, I gotta do this for a second. Unable to locate package Muffet. Oh, that's right. So I think Muffet is a site. Wait. Check URLs Muffet. I thought I had an install script for Muffet. Maybe not. Check URLs for dev. Wait, pagan.dev requires Muffet. There we go. So go get -u github.com ravik Muffet. Another great Go program. It's one of the better Go programs ever written. Yep. Did I spell it wrong? RAVIQQE. Oh, wow. Thank you, Sebastian. I really appreciate that. Really appreciate that. That helps out a lot. It'd be a surprise. So I just added, for example, all that money goes back into the stream as best as I can do. The IRC server that we're running, that money's paying for that, and stuff. So. Oh wow, look at all those broken links I have. You guys want that? You want that command in exchange for the $10? So here's my check URL script. Have that. Go have fun with that. And that'll help you. You can like analyze any site really quickly. It's pretty damn cool. AST long grammar. I need to get rid of all those broken links. Spend on coffee. Thank you, sir. Why is styles broken? Who is linking to styles and it's not working? I gotta find out where those links are coming from. Wait. It's asset styles. Oh, what? Why do I have two? Bye. Thanks. Why do I have two top HTML files? I'm not understanding. I think that must be... I am really baffled. Oh, there must be two. That's what it is. Yeah. Wow, I have two styles entries in here? I feel really dumb. I do. Why? Oh, I know why. Because one pulls in the local file and the other one pulls in the main file. Okay, that's a standard thing that I have been doing. That's kind of dumb, but yeah, I know why that is. Rip grep. That's a good one I've heard too, but that's a no for me. What other things are broken? Do my Muffet again. Where's my Muffet? Muffet. Pagan.dev. Because if we're fixing it, we might as well fix it all the way, right? So the styles when the grammar.pagan is broken. The ASTs are busted and the contributing is broken. The reason for all those is because those used to be included in there. Hey, Mateus. I probably don't need to put a link to that at all. I see. All right. Doo. I don't know if I want to link to the whole thing. I can just delete that. That one gets me past that broken link. Contrib. Wait, I just deleted that. God damn it. I did this fast. Another, oh, that's HTML, so that's fine. That's better. That's much better. Alright, so Muffet. Oh, I just sent the wrapper. It's right here. 2LTQ. 2LTQ on Eeks has the wrapper for Muffet. It just examines only one file without following it. That's why I have it. That's what I do it for. But Muffet by itself is fine. In this case, it's fine. Timed out. Grammar.pagan. And contributing shouldn't be there anymore. Oh yeah, the long form and the short form AST. Erg. I have to go get that. I might as well fix all these bad links since we're on it. AST, long form and short form. Long form. Long form, AST short form, long form. Boom. You can go there. It's the short form. This is short form. Yank to the next parenthesis. Where's the long form? There we go. P. And long. Good deal. Pagan asks the style. styles.css. Grammar styles is a thing. All right, KMB. Save. Broken link fixage. Fonts. You like the fonts? It's Ubuntu Mono, yeah. That stuff is all in the FAQ. In case you're wondering. Go over here. Reload. I'm going to change the fonts on here, by the way. Like, that's not supposed to be there anymore. Oh, wait, something's not right. Why is it having problems? I am concerned. It should not be taking that long. Good old, you know what? Netlify's been having problems lately, man. I don't know what's going on. It's because it can't find the styles thing. You know what? I'm telling you, there's some sort of denial of service attacks that have been going down pretty heavily lately. Alacrity. I liked Alacrity, but no. I'm done with it. It had a few too many bugs for my taste. It's fast as heck though, really fast. I'm gonna do my Muffet. Let's do save. Check URLs. Pagan. What do you mean? SD short long. I just. Oh my goodness. Oh my lord. My lord, I got to fix that. Grammar. Grammar. How about I do this? There we go. Paste. All these fixie brokey things. Fixie brokey. Kitty is a thing that people use. What was wrong on the URLs? I had another one. What was it? This is a full-time job. This is why, by the way, because like, think about this for a second. If you're a knowledge worker, you have your knowledge base, right? And you reorganize it. And you just broke everything. You broke, because everybody's linked to other things and they can't find it. So you have to have like aliases and redirects. If you change your search. So actually, I have a strategy for this. I can't wait to show you guys that in your knowledge base, rather than linking to anything directly, I'm going to link to the reference in the index page that's generated automatically for the knowledge base. And that contains every reference to everything on the knowledge base in an index form. And then linking to those things is reliable, because every time you link there, if you want to see where this word occurs everywhere, it'll link it just like in a book. So in a book, if you link, see page 27, well, if you add more content, page 27 breaks, right? So the proper way to link here in the whole knowledge management kind of idea is to link to an index for that specific term that includes everything else that's in the system. And that's going to be the goal, because that allows, by the way, that allows you the freedom to move and reorganize anything that you want. And if anybody links indirectly to pages within your knowledge base, that's fine. You could probably put a redirect in there. But what I'm going to do with that is I'm going to replace that page. If that page actually doesn't have anything else there, they can link into it, and the 404 that comes up will have a link to the index that say this page is moved. Please go here and find it, or it doesn't exist anymore. And then they can click on the index thing and they can correct their links, rather than that, because there's just no easy way to keep the internet happy if you're going to be moving stuff around and managing your knowledge base. And it's a natural thing to reorganize your file structures and stuff in your knowledge base, particularly if you're using sort of granular knowledge nodes, which are composable into larger knowledge nodes, etc. And so for all of that, you've got to have a way to consistently link into it. And people will eventually catch on, and rather than linking directly to any particular knowledge node that's in there, they'll link to your topic and your index, and then the index will go to that thing. But if they do want to link directly to the thing, then you can still survive by having sort of a redirect there. That doesn't involve the server, by the way. It doesn't involve the server. All this stuff's being statically generated. So it would be a 404 page, but the 404 page would say go to the index, and then the redirect happens in the human's brain because they can see the index and go, okay, here's where that is, and they can go try to find stuff that way. Pre-built binaries, yes. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, Python deps. Let's see how. I don't understand why the AST longform doesn't work. I just went there and it was there, was it not? I was just there. Oh wait, I see what's going on. Yeah, that was me being stupid. There we go. So yeah, I was really stupid. Stupid, Rob. Stupido. 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 Must have testing for broken links. Premaster AST. That's not it. It's a different one. Oh no, that is it. AST short. Which one is this? This is long form? All right. Links. Let's do the check thing again. I'll be done. I actually finally have a site that's fixed. No broken URLs detected. Woot woot. Time for me to go now. So how's that anyway? Nya. How's it going, nya? Written in Rust. Yep. Ripgrep is one I know. Hyperfine is really good. Hyperfine is awesome. Hyperfine has got to be one of the best benchmarkers ever known to mankind. I freaking love Hyperfine. Benchmarking tools in Rust, that's like a super sweet spot for Rust, if you ask me. Ripgrep is nice, but I don't need it. So yeah. Okay. So, yeah. Yep. FreeBSD is cool too if you're gonna, put up with it. And that's another reason to use Shell, by the way. If you're on FreeBSD, obviously you're gonna use POSIX. You're not gonna use Bash on there. I think we're done. I think I'm done. I got all my stuff done. So yeah. So lots of stuff there. Get status. I think this guy's all clean. So you can go away. Wait, did I exit? I didn't exit it. I did. Look at that. I exited. All right. Well, that is going to do it for me. So, have that. I'll be back sometime today. I might be back for a couple hours before I have to work tonight. I have a long mentoring session tonight from 4 to 9. And after that, I may or may not be back. I usually fall asleep again, and then I go back and come back at like 1 or 2 like I did this morning. I feel like I got a lot of stuff done. I got my logs rewritten and cleaned up, did some math, did some of that, cleaned up my other stuff. I still need to clean up robs.io, which I will do. But it's time for me to call it a day and have some momentation of relaxation. Oh, is that a thing? That's what a rapper would say on accident. Maybe read a little bit of my book. And so yeah, have a great day, and I'll see you guys later. Do